The higher the cumulative merits, the better your direct enlistment. For geniuses like Charles, they'd directly skip the bottom ranks and start from the middle. Even then, their rate of promotion would be high. In the dark, they had the connections, talent and strength. On the bright side, they had the cumulative merits, the justification that they deserved to be treated better than other new officers. Canceling cumulative merit points was just absurd and unheard of. So not just Charles, everyone in the room was baffled by Evander's remarks. Evander raised an eyebrow and glanced at the faction heads. Even though his blue eyes didn't show a hint of emotion, his mere glance weighed on them like a mountain. Even William, the second strongest, could barely catch his breath under the suffocating gaze. Finally, Evander turned his gaze back to the rather pale Charles. Despite his state, Charles was able to look at Evander in the eye. A bright seed. A pity he's too arrogant. I don't need to tolerate him any longer. Evander thought and decided. He said as if stating a matter of fact. Charles Xander, it is I who set the rules. If it is against the rules, I will change them to suit it. Pa. Even though the hall was silent, Charles felt like he was slapped. Was he being openly derided? He, the heir of the Xander family, one of the, if not the greatest genius of humanity. How dare you? Charles clenched the armrest of his chair and controlled himself from yelling. He was confident enough in his strength, but not conceited enough to pick a fight with one of the level 9s closest to sovereign level. Evander Albert, I will remember today's humiliation. Charles gazed at Evander with a neutral gaze and burnt this scene into his memory. Right then, he noticed the two figures behind Evander. Sarah and him. Sporting short black hair and a lean but muscular physique, he walked in with a calm disposition. Despite having the lowest aura in the room, he seemed to be the most relaxed. Even Sarah was nervous looking at her father. But he merely maintained a nonchalant smile. Just what are you? Charles crossed eyes with those black eyes, and was stunned. He saw no inferiority. No fear. No anxiety. Only deep confidence. It was almost as if even if everything here went wrong, he'd be fine. What irked Charles the most was that the gaze those eyes held at him. It was like he was an object. Under Charles' gaze, Sarah and the young man walked towards the military factions section. The seating in the waiting room was divided into 5 sections. Military faction. Xander faction. Adventurers faction. Trade union faction. Finally, the minor factions. The greenwood chairs formed a semicircle around a rostrum. Sarah and him sat in the most prominent seats of the military faction. Sarah is the head of the faction. But he, what is he? As Charles wondered, Evander walked to the rostrum. He looked at them with a deadpan expression and said, I have an important news for you all. As you know already, Astor clan was destroyed. Evander said it lightly, but even he knew he was shocked when it happened. The clan of a level 9 awakener was no joke. There didn't exist many for a planet. Yet it was wiped out under a single week. Most of the damage was done in a single night. What's more, Gonbald clan and Martin clan were also destroyed. After adding, he glanced at Charles. Charles's expression didn't change in the slightest. He knew what Evander was hinting at. The ones in the room were knowledgeable enough to catch it. All the 3 clans were the vassals of Xanders. On the bright side, Xanders were called the Guardian Family of Earth. On paper, they owned only so much. But in the dark, they controlled the most powerful families of Earth. Their expertise stretches to medicine, minerals, and officialdom. So if Astor clan was linked to Abyssals, then Xanders. There is no evidence pointing anything towards the Xander family. Don't disrespect a sovereign's roots. Evander cut off their thoughts. But he didn't say there was no evidence not pointing Xanders. In other words, Xanders were a suspect. Humph. Petty tricks. Do you think you can weaken my family with these words? My father can kill the dozens of you. Charles scoffed. Evander ignored Charles's increasingly cold gaze and took a deep breath. There's something we didn't tell. In Aster clan, we found the corpse of Ruslana, the Abyss Princess. Hiss. The meeting hall went silent as even the most experienced cadets sucked in cold breath. Even Charles's brows knitted together. The autopsy reports indicate she and her confidants were enjoying an extravagant feast before their death. The cuisine is all local to Earth. Evander's words hit their chests like a hammer. Every cadet felt like they were knocked out of breath. They could understand a normal human, a talentless human betraying their race for a better life. But a level 9, why would they give up being a king of humans and wants to be Abyssals' dog? Charles gritted his teeth and despised those dogs. Pathetic. Yes, sir. A cadet raised her hand in hopes of raising a question. Evander nodded. Is every human in the Aster clan a traitor? It was the vice head of Nile faction, one of the prime families. Their influence on Earth was limited. So they had to settle being a minor faction. But on matters spanning the solar scale, they were important. The reason they asked this was probably out of caution. Nile family controlled Uranus. Since there was only Neptune between them and Pluto, they were having a lot of pressure. What's more, it's rumored that some high awakeners in Uranus were found visiting Pluto. Now only Abyssals resided in Pluto. Why they visited it was obvious. But despite suspicions and even after evidence, Nile family was in a pinch. If the whole family is exterminated, then the combat power of the planet would be affected. But if they were spared, there could always be potential spies. Evander smiled at her question, but his eyes didn't. An unparalleled bloodlust burst into the air. It was almost as if he turned into a demon who only killed. Varian was shocked at this side of his master. Remember, once they crossed the line, they can no longer be called humans. He emphasized the final phrase heavily. Seeing the cadets were turning pale, he suppressed his bloodlust. There is an old saying, different races cannot be trusted. Once a human betrays, anyone and everyone in their contact falls into suspicion. It's better to end them all than having a spy live among us. Now that might sound cruel. But you all know why Pluto War was a failure. Evander's voice dropped. The cadets shivered as they felt like needles prickled their skin. Traitors like these. They are responsible for the deaths of your loved ones. Evander said with red eyes. Some cadets bowed their heads and took a deep breath. Others shook their heads. Only a few remained calm. 1 billion people died in that war. 2 out of every 100 humans. 2% of population. Since they were all top cadets, all the more chance that they knew someone serving there. Their eyes also turned red as they muttered with hatred. Traitors. On the other hand, Sarah's face paled as she gripped Varian's hand. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead and she muttered in a weak voice. Mom, brother. She looked so vulnerable at the moment that he couldn't think she was the goddess Sarah. Varian held her hand together and patted her back. Sarah, I hope you can grow out of this. He glanced at Evander, who returned to a calm state and thought. Now I know why everyone is called here. Yes. Your mission is about the traitors. Aster clan remnants are still alive. They plan to escape to Demon Abyss through a remote planetoid named Rena. You have to intercept them. Evander informed and was about to continue on when his calm flashed red. He heard the young man beside him, apparently named Dhruv, mutter. Shit. Level 9 Abyssals are attacking the planetoid. As if to respond to those words, Evander's figure vanished, leaving the words, Cheyenne will take over. There was an awkward silence and Varian expected the crowd to break into discussions. But the next moment, he felt a mental link forming in his mind. He understood immediately. A mind awakener, presumably a psychic, was about to talk to them. But unlike every other time, this time, he had a feeling that he could resist the voice in his head. Even thought he couldn't suppress it, he was at least no longer without a means to fight back. Connection testing. 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? The calm and soothing voice sounded right in his mind. He couldn't find its source, much to his irritation. But Varian tried sensing it diligently. I'm on another continent right now, so there will be a few seconds delay. But I'll connect everyone in. The male voice said. Varian heard several murmurs and looked around. No one in the room was talking. Yet, he could hear their whispers. It seemed like they were all connecting mentally to hear each other's mental messages. Of course, their thoughts won't be heard. All in all, it was a bizarre experience. One Varian didn't like for some reason. I'll pick on from where the dean left. If Abyssals realize we sent High Awakeners to Rena, they would realize we know their plan and retaliate. So we want to make as little noise as possible so as not to escalate this skirmish into a small-scaled war. There is no High Awakener among the targets in the Aster clan. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Shadow Guardians hunted them down. Finish off the Aster clan remnants and return. This is your responsibility as the top cadets. He explained and everyone heard a click. Faction Special Mission, hunt down the Aster clan remnants. He could affect it and if his level was high enough, shield himself from it. In fact, during the whole meeting, he was trying to find out how the other party build a mental link to him. Thanks to that, he got an unexpected benefit. His mind path which was stuck at the peak of level 1 advanced. Advancing to level 2, Varian felt a click in his mind and the next moment, his mental strength rose. Thankfully, the system took aura from his space ring and no one found was able to detect the anomaly. Varian immediately noticed a few changes. His control over his body increased to greater heights. For instance, he could control how much pain he could feel. He could increase the release of adrenaline and so on. Indirectly, he could exert superhuman strength. The second change was an ability to hypnotize or at least mentally interfere. At his level, he could only affect level 2s and level 1s, but as his level rose, so would his ability. Individually, these two were incapable of supporting an Awakener in combat. But once used together, they were a deadly combination. Consider a level 2 Mind Awakener facing a level 2 Body Awakener. The first problem for Mind Awakeners was their low speed. With increased control over their body, even though they were not as strong as Body Awakeners, Mind Awakeners could exert great strength. Besides, their keen control allowed them to use the 5 senses to capture the movements of the Body Awakeners with great precision. Once a Body Awakener lunges at them to attack, they could use their ability to interfere with the other party's thinking. It would disrupt their flow and create an opening. This was the key to their victory in level 2. Of course, nothing was set in stone. Divine paths were balanced. Body Awakeners could not get rid of the interference, but they could train themselves to work despite it. That way, they could win any Mind Awakener. Besides, the higher the level of a Body Awakener, the better their body, including their brain. Their resistance to external mental invasion increases. The same could be said for mental awakeners at higher levels. With the nourishment of mental power, their physical strength also takes a leap. Too bad a dual awakener cannot awaken in 2 paths of the same avenue. Varian sighed. A body and mind awakener would be a deadly combinati. He paused for a moment before his eyes lit up. Am I not one? More like the only one? As Varian was about to revel in the realization, a voice interrupted his dreams. Varian, hey, is your brain okay? Varian snapped out his thinking and glanced at the brown-haired young man that was almost screaming at him. William, don't disturb him. Sarah said with a serious face, while she silently slipped her hand out of Varian's. You know I can feel your hand the whole time, right? Varian rolled his eyes at her actions, but didn't comment on it. William shook his head at Sarah's words and said, Don't you think he is affected by the mental link with our vice dean? I just want to see if he's okay. Varian opened his eyes and groaned in frustration. I'm fine, Senior. I'd appreciate if you're less concerned about me. William was taken aback for a moment before he grabbed a chair and sat beside him. He glanced up and down at Varian for a moment before he clicked his tongue. You are the vice head of military faction in your first year. Junior, you are awesome. William gave him a thumbs up and said. Junior, you are good. I like you. Senior, I know my charm is high. But I didn't know even men would be affected by it. Varian shook his head. William opened his mouth to refute, but Varian didn't give him the chance. Your affection will remain unrequited. I am not into men. Varian declared with a serious expression. His voice was low, but to the awakeners in the room, it was loud enough. The exciting discussions in the meeting room died down. All the eyes turned to Varian and William. William's palms sweated as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He looked around and saw his fangirls looking at him, a complicated expression. So this is why you reject even the best girls' advance. No wonder. I thought we weren't beautiful enough. But, whatever your taste, I support you, Senior William. Yes. We all love you. The fangirls cheered, and in seconds, they launched a social media campaign. #support Senior William's true love. In minutes, the likes went from dozens to hundreds. William slumped on his chair and blankly gazed at the ceiling. With a despairing voice, he muttered. It's over. Varian clicked his tongue and gave him a thumbs up. You'll soon have fanboys following you, Senior. I wish you happiness. Sarah walked in front of William and patted his shoulder. I knew it. But don't worry, we're still friends. But you can't go for my dad. William almost collapsed on the spot. Sarah, why you? Sarah glanced at Varian, who burst out laughing and smirked. I wish you and Varian happiness. No way. Varian jumped in shock and looked at her. If I really pick someone from here, I'd pick you. Silence. It was another pin-drop silence as almost everyone watched the scene with great interest. Varian snickered inside. I pay back grudges twofold and grudges tenfold. Sarah, enjoy my counter. Why you? Sarah's face flushed and she raised her small fist. Wanna be beaten up? Varian nodded. You can beat me, but you can't question my taste. William glanced between them with sad eyes. Can you not ignore me so directly? Sarah and Varian were taken aback for a moment before they both nodded seriously. Hi, William. I think Varian needs to be punished for trying to flirt with me. So we'll talk later. Sarah turned her attention back to Varian. Hi, Senior. Varian smiled at him before putting on a brave expression, like a soldier going to sacrifice. If it's right, even if it costs his life, a man has got to do what he got to do. Varian, don't say it like you're going to die. William face-bombed. The cheers erupted from the sidelines as the cadets formed various theories. I guess another headlines. Varian sighed. But he paid back the grudge. TSK, well, Sarah, I'm sure you're in a good mood. So, can we talk about the plans? Dhruv appeared behind them at some point, bringing Mia with him. Mia's gaze alternated between the strange side of Sarah she never saw and this preposterous junior who dared to flirt with Sarah. Great. Discuss the plans and I'll slip out before she beats me up. We must plan before every mission. Varian nodded at them. Dhruv gave him a smile of approval while Mia looked at him warily. Sarah raised an eyebrow and shook her head. I don't wanna. Suddenly, she grabbed Varian, who was about to escape, and smiled. Junior Varian, Senior sister will train you in combat. Wait. Sarah, we can end the meeting in just 2 hours. Mia yelled. Sarah's expression changed and she whispered to Varian. Act along. I'll beat you less. Varian's expression changed from confusion to one of resignation. I can't resist her. For the sake of humanity, I'm going to sacrifice myself. Sarah held Varian and was about to leave. At that moment, Varian caught the sight of Charles and patted Sarah's back. Wanna see, Sarah? Sarah noticed the change in his tone and let him go. Why did he sound so serious? Did she anger him? Sarah realized her thoughts were unnecessary as she saw Varian's target, Charles Xander, staring at them with cold eyes. Varian calmly walked to Charles and extended his hand. Nice meeting you once again, firstborn of the Xanders. Charles glanced at him coldly. Despite not wanting to, his upbringing and etiquette meant he had to return the greeting. So he raised his hand for the handshake. Oops. Varian withdrew his hand with an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm not from any major powers. So how dare I shake my hand with a major member of a prime family? Varian shivered with an exaggerated frightened expression. Veins popped up on Charles's forehead, but the loss of cumulative experience was still fresh in his mind. So he controlled himself. Young Master Charles Xander, Varian smiled derisively as he uttered the word young master with contempt. You asked me that day, I refused. Now, should I kneel and apologize? The cadets once again fell silent. But the mood was entirely different this time. The air was turning heavy. A rising first year challenged the first ranker of the academy. Charles's figure trembled and he glared at Varian. Time is on your side now. But not for long. I won't forget today. Varian leaned forward and whispered into his ear. You forgot something already. I said to you the first time we met, didn't I? Charles' eyes widened as Varian uttered word by word. I will take your throne. Varian appeared beside Sarah and waved at William. Take care, senior. Then he turned to Charles and flashed a smile. I know you want to try something funny. Go ahead and give it a try. Charles's expression turned hideous as he roared. Varian. Varian, don't zone out. Sarah's voice sounded beside him. My bad. I'm still relishing in Charles's angry look. He smiled and walked out of the dean's block. Luna, Sarah's space shuttle, was waiting for them. Is it okay to skip the mission meeting? Varian asked. Sarah was the faction head, so she should at least attend it for the sake of it, right? Right? Sarah puffed her chest and said. I have full confidence in seniors Drew and Mia. I'm merely a second year. All I can do is follow their arrangements. You're right. Varian nodded disbelievingly. Who was she kidding? But apparently, every member of the faction had to sit for a couple hours on this meeting. As the sudden vice head, he too must attend the meeting. Thanks to Sarah, he avoided it. After they boarded Luna, Anna served them refreshments as they sat in the living compartment. Varian. Amidst Charles's roar, Luna took off. To be honest, even though Sarah's space shuttle was far, far smaller than Ghost Ship, Varian felt more comfortable in it. A good senior sister, a capable maid and luxurious interior. Is this the peak of life? Varian twirled the juice glass in his hand with a profound expression. Anna looked at Varian's lazy posture as he leaned back on the couch. If she had to compare, he was similar to a lazy cat. What about her miss? Sarah came out into white top and pants, her training clothes. Miss, Anna stopped as Sarah appeared in front of the lazy Varian and dragged him into the fighting room. Junior Varian, your punishment begins. Was what she said. Even her tone was serious. But Anna could tell. She isn't angry. She is anxious and frustrated. I wonder what happened inside. Anna smiled and followed them into the fighting room. The fighting room was the most expensive customization Sarah made. It was coated with a high-grade alloy. This little room of over 200 square meters could easily bear the attack from a peak level 6 Awakener. Sarah, let this slide. Varian coughed. Sarah's shoulders trembled and she swiped her calm slide. Take responsibility for you've done. Dozens of holograms popped up. Oh. Anna's eyebrow raised at Sarah's words. Varian didn't do anything weird, did he? Her worries were for naught as she found the content on the holograms. As she read the trending news article titles, with each one more clickbait than the other, Anna couldn't help but click her tongue. I pick you, Varian bold lines. Is Sarah's silence acquiescence? Hundreds of second and third-year cadets are signing a petition to bring in an anti-dating law. The president of Sarah Fan Club stated he'd rather die than let Sarah fall into Varian's evil clutches. My, I missed a good show. Anna covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Well, I can still see something everyone else won't. She focused on Varian and Sarah. Varian wasn't shocked at the articles. It was like he was expecting them. Sarah, on the other hand, was trembling. She pointed her finger at Varian and yelled. There's no way I am letting this slide. Get yourself ready to be beaten. Sarah used to be calm and composed all the time. She always worked towards her goal. But since that mission, something changed in her. No. She just returned to normal. Anna became the silent spectator. Varian took a deep breath and with a serious expression. I can tell you the real reason. Sarah paused all of a sudden. Without knowing, she clenched her fist and her voice trembled. Go on. Varian's gaze alternated between Anna and Sarah. It was as if he was debating his own decision to reveal the reason. Anna watched in anticipation as she awaited the grand reveal. Hey, say it already. Are you waiting for season 2 or what? She wanted to yell, but like a good maid, she controlled herself. Her calm buzzed and Anna squinted her eyes. They already reached Amethyst Community. Normally, she would reveal this to them and the drama would stop. But, to stop this show just because the journey ended would be a pity. A maid gotta do what a maid must do. Anna told herself and ordered the space shuttle to circle around the campus until she asked otherwise. Thus, the drama that was supposed to end continued. Varian looked at the nervous Sarah and gritted his teeth. Promise that you will not beat me up. Huh? Sarah was taken aback and cocked her head. Aren't I going to beat you up, ahem, spar with you anyway? Varian's face twitched. Sarah gave a smile that would have fascinated countless men as she said. You can say the reason and maybe, just maybe, I'll spare you for this prank. Varian sighed deeply and closed his eyes. So this is how I die, huh? Boo. He called out. Yes, master. Your master will become a ghost like you in a few minutes. That's wonderful. Wonderful my ass. Sigh. Forget it, I have only one request before I die. What is it, master? Boo promises to do anything it can. My tomb, make sure nothing weird is written on my tomb. Especially words like virgin or single. Or I might come back from dead and destroy the tomb myself. But isn't that true? Shut up. And follow the order. Yes. Now please die. Boo said with sincerity. Sarah, who was anxious and nervous, saw Varian close his eyes and her brain started overworking. Why is he thinking so deeply? Was that some sort of prank? Did he mean it? No. He never looked at me like that. Yes. But as Sarah's thoughts spiraled out of control, Varian's eyes snapped open. Anna and Sarah were both taken aback by his expression. It was the expression of a man that was about to die. Do you think I'll eat you or what? Sarah wanted to ask him loud. Sarah, do you remember how many girls attended the meeting? Varian threw a seemingly irrelevant question. So the reason is girls. Wait, what are you talking about? Sarah raised an eyebrow and groaned in frustration. Just answer me, Sarah. Varian said as he sighed in resignation. Around 40. All are mid or high level 5. Sarah replied. Even though she skipped, passed on the work to Mia and Dhruv, she had the basic knowledge. Varian shook his head and said. There were 56 girls. Without you, 55. So? Varian's expression turned bitter. You were far too engrossed in Dean's speech, you didn't even notice their gestures the whole thing. A girl asked me from military faction asked me for my comms contact. Initially, I thought she just wanted to add contact. So I agreed. But who knew the first girl opened a chat window? Soon, the second girl joined. Then the third and then fourth. In no time, 40 girls joined. Sarah's mouth opened wide as she stared at Varian in a daze. It was true that she was completely immersed in Evander's speech. A part of her didn't want to disappoint him. She already disappointed him by refusing the hideout's purge last time. But what the hell was going on with this 40 girls? Varian gritted his teeth. First it was formal talk. Then they revealed their true nature. They were asking for a date. Some were asking for a night out, ahem. 40 members, they were competing and offering conditions. Varian recalled the craziness and shivered. Who knew women were so scary? Sarah's expression turned weird and she said. My father must have seen and heard it all. Didn't he say anything? As soon she has mentioned him, Varian gnashed his teeth. He saw my predicament. When I hoped he would help me, he gave me a smile and even gave me an encouraging nod. Like what? Why? Despite taken aback by her father's weird behavior, Sarah's mind was focused on the answer she found. So you used me as a shield. Now those girls will stay away from you, right? Varian's face stiffened and he nodded slowly. Sarah put on a kind face and approached him step by step. Varian, I can understand your problems, but you know, I'm really frustrated. Since I am your shield, be my punching bag, okay? Actually, it didn't. She barely used the strength of a low-level 5. But unless he wanted to provoke her, he wouldn't say that out loud. I'm Sarah. Countless men try to talk to me and I ignore them all. Sarah walked to Varian as she uttered word by word. Her face was smiling, but her eyes were not. Bang! As her fist reached his shoulder, Varian pretended to put on a defense. She easily broke it and punched him out. Oh, that's seriously hurt now. Varian said as he flew out in a parabola. He even decided out to twitch and spasm to add realism to his acting. At least beat him properly. Anna face palmed as she rolled her eyes. Even though she didn't use much force, Sarah continued to beat him up. It was as if every punch was relieving some of her frustration. You used me as a shield. Boom. Me. I am number 1 on the beauty rankings. Not like I care about it, but, boom. Seriously? You could have picked Ivy or Olivia for that matter. Boom. That's the worst reason I heard. Boom. Boom. As she punched him in and out, up and down, Varian gave up resisting and laid on the ground. He turned to Anna and saw her eating popcorn. Veins popped up on his forehead, but calmly, he waved her farewell. See you in afterlife. Anna gave him a thumbs up. Have a pleasant journey. Sarah's punching arrived. I'm a shield. After an hour of continuous beating, Anna was bored. So, she ordered the space shuttle to land in Sarah's house. Then, like the perfect maid she was, she appeared in front of Sarah and said with a kind smile. Miss, did you calm down? Sarah thought for a while and answered. Well, I don't want to beat him up so hard anymore. It must be because you are hungry. Eat something and beat him again. Anna cheered. Why you? Varian's eyes widened as he nearly coughed out blood. He heard Boo say the space shuttle was circling around the campus for nearly an hour. It was all her doing. This evil maid. Varian, welcome to my home. It'll be yours too from now on. Sarah smiled at him, throwing the last hour out of the window. I will get changed. Varian pretended to be weak and took a shower. Soon, he saw the most luxurious residential area of the academy. Amethyst Community. The reason he was here, well, to live here from now on. It was Richard's idea. At first, Varian freaked out. The old butler explained to him that it was for his own good. After entering the house, Varian couldn't help but agree. Even the grandiose mansion, which was the least important, was impressive. There was a large beautiful garden with fragrant flowers, a lake with colorful fishes jumping, and even a space shuttle pad for landing. There was even a garage with many hover bikes, cars. Sarah's space shuttle was parked separately. Upon notice, professionals would come and take care of the problems. The best part about her residence was, of course, the aura. Wonderful. Varian couldn't help but take a deep breath. After his clothes were ripped to shreds by Sarah's beating, he changed into a casual white shirt and black pant. After taking a healing potion, the bruises on his body cleared up and no one could tell he was beaten an hour ago. To be honest, they would have healed with his Morpher and Body Awakener healing abilities anyway. Sarah was too lenient in her beating. It was Sarah's first time watching him in something other than his camouflage uniform. She looked at him a bit longer and was caught by Varian. "Am I handsome?" Varian smiled. "You are my punching bag," Sarah said through her gritted teeth. "Tisk, live in denial, Sarah." Varian shook his head. "Miss, you didn't even hit properly." Anna followed them from behind. "I like this place." Varian smiled at the heavy aura that seeped in and out of his body. "Every cadet in the campus envies the 10 people on Amethyst list," Sarah said with a smug smile. "Who wouldn't?" Varian laughed as they stepped into the mansion. "I'll be back after a shower." "Aunt Anna, show him around, will you?" Sarah said and disappeared. The aura here was 150% or simply 2.5 times higher than outside. That was equivalent to 12th floor of aura well. If aura concentration formation was used, the aura concentration would reach 300% higher than normal. 4 times than normal. That was also the highest Varian could bear. In other words, even without entering the aura well, he could gain the equivalent benefits. Who would need aura well anyway? Aura well is more useful than you think, Anna suddenly said, as if she guessed his thoughts. The aura amethyst community can provide has a cap. For aura well, the deeper you go, the higher. Even high awakeners can practice. In fact, the reason Imperial Defense Academy is sought out by many strong teachers is aura well. She patiently explained as they reached his room. His luggage was already transferred. Well, he was moving houses pretty fast these days. I've checked it twice. But please see if you're missing anything, Anna said. After a quick check, Varian shook his head. It's good. Thank you for the trouble. No worries. Anna courtesied and asked him to follow her. Along the way, Varian couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of the residence. Golden-coated walls, rare paintings, beautiful white marble and dazzling chandeliers. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought he entered one of those palaces of old Earth. But this was better than any such palace. This is too big for 2 people. With you coming in, it'll be more lively. Anna smiled with a mischievous expression. What are you thinking about? Varian couldn't help but ask warily. This maid was too evil. Who knew what conspiracy she was brewing? Someone will know that you are living in Sarah's mansion. The news will be on fire, Anna said with an excited expression. You are the kind of person who wants to watch the world burn, aren't you? Varian wanted to say, but didn't dare. Provoking a high awakener with his current strength wasn't wise. As they walked past the seemingly endless rooms and corridors, Varian couldn't help but ask. Did I hurt her by using her name? Anna stopped in her tracks and turned around. Unlike a minute ago, her face was expressionless. She stared at him right in the eye with an unclear intent. Varian felt the pressure behind that gaze. The pressure of an awakener many, many times stronger than the current him. So you care about her feelings? Anna asked. Of course, I do. She's been very kind to me. Varian found himself sweating despite the cool temperature. But he still answered calmly. I know the risks she took because of me. Going into Aster Clan, I honestly don't know what to say. Anna slowly smiled and started walking. I hope when the time comes, she can rely on you. You bet. Varian stopped abruptly as the automatic doors opened and a delicious smell wafted outside the room. Stepping in, Varian saw a large dining table with all sorts of delicacies on it. Just the smell was enough to kickstart his hunger pangs. Sarah, dressed in black tea with straight pants, waved at them. Let's start. Aunt Anna cooked to celebrate the third member entering our home. Varian sat down in a flash and breathed in the aroma. This smells better than the best food from any hotel. Thanks for the meal. Anna joined them as Varian had the best meal since his mother's passing. But practicing at such high aura was very useful. Status, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 5, 50/2000, plus 40, Space Path Level 3, 140/400, plus 60, Lightning Path Level 4, 60/1000, plus 45, Morpher Path Level 3, 150/400, plus 50, Mind Path Level 2, 60/200, plus 60. Thanks to the suicide jacket, Varian's progress in Space Path was fast. To be honest, progress in every other path was also high. If there were no sudden bottlenecks, he'd be able to have an advancement every few days. If I had these resources from the beginning. Varian clicked his tongue but didn't regret his choice of hiding his power. The only reason he dared to reveal his power to Evander was Boo's assurance. Even in case Evander wanted to capture him to slice him open, he could escape. Still, he should have stopped those girls. Varian wrote down the grudge. He didn't know poor Evander swallowed his pride and requested Anna to protect Varian. After grabbing a quick shower, Varian was called by Anna for dinner. It was a weird feeling. When he lived alone, which was all the time since his mom's passing, Varian casually threw something to fill his stomach. Other than a few times with Kyle and Maya, he always ate alone. So having two people wait for him was a strange feeling, in a good way. So, Varian warned Charles? Anna asked. She was literally gossiping about him in front of him. Yes. I'll send you the recording. I thought Varian was pretty cool at that time. But see what he did during our rite, Sarah said with a cheerful expression. As Sarah and Anna chatted, Varian fell into a daze. Him, an older woman and a girl the same age as him, this was so familiar. His head ached for a moment before everything turned white. Varian found himself staring at a pair of three. They were seated around a dining table far less luxurious. The dishes too were ordinary. But everything was so familiar. Especially the three people. The 15-year-old Varian was seated impatiently as he checked out fighting techniques. Amanda shook her head at him and turned to the brown-haired beauty. Even though she was still young, Sia's growth promised she would be a world-toppling beauty one day. Sia, you should just practice instead of wasting time on cooking. Young Varian said after closing his calm. Sia arranged the last dish on the dining table and stuck out her tongue. I want to cook for Amanda. You can have a takeaway. Young Varian coughed and said. Since you already cooked, how can I let your hard work go to drain? Without giving her a chance to refute, he started wolfing down. With each bite, young Varian's expression softened and finally he couldn't help but say. Sia, I take my words back. If you can cook every day, I'm willing to practice 30 minutes less. Really? Sia and Amanda both stood up in shock. It takes 30 minutes for breakfast, lunch and dinner, but, young Varian coughed and nodded. You cook better than Mom anyway. Amanda's face twitched and she twisted his ear. Say that again, son. I mean, Mom cooks the best. Young Varian displayed no signs of courage. Say that again, Varian. Sia twisted his other ear. Young Varian looked at the two and begged for mercy. You two are the best. Humph. I will cook every day even if you don't ask. I'm practicing cooking so that I can cook Amanda good meals after her tiring work. Sia crossed her arms and said. Amanda poked Sia's soft chin. Then why is every dish here Varian's favorite? Sia's face flushed and she caught young Varian's eyes on her. That's because, yes. Because I only know these dishes. TSK. You guys are fun. Amanda chuckled and resumed eating. Young Varian patted the embarrassed Sia and cheered her up. Thank you. I want to eat like this every day. Sia raised her head and smiled. If we can be like this every day, I'll cook every day for the years to come. Varian watched the smiling Sia as the world crumbled. Varian, hey, Varian. Varian snapped out of his stupor as he felt someone shake his body. He looked up and saw Sarah's worried expression. But why was his vision still blurry? Also, what was the salted taste on his lips? Regardless, he said. Yes? Wait, his voice, it was trembling. Why? Varian, what happened? Sarah said in a concerned voice. Nothing happened. Why was she getting so worried? I'm fine, Pit. Pat. Varian touched his cheeks as he felt hot tears streaming down. I'm sorry. Sarah apologized for no reason. Varian didn't know what came of him, but he hugged her. Sarah was taken back before wrapping her arms around him and patting his back. In the warmth she provided, he realized something. Even if his memory forgot them, he couldn't forget her smile. Sia's smile. Perhaps in the deepest corners of his heart, this was his dream. After achieving his dream and ensuring the safety of humanity, what he wanted was not reigning over the world. All he wanted was to come back and sit down with his family for a warm meal. Eat the food Sia cooked with care, and listen to the naggings of his mother. But now, a member of that small family left him forever. The other member was missing. His memories of her were erased. Even her presence was concealed. I'm sorry for ruining your meal. Varian slowly got out from Sarah's embrace and returned to his room. Sarah bit her lip as she watched him go. Suddenly, she couldn't understand him. Even though he stood in front of her, it was like a moat separated them. Why? Aunt Anna, did I do something wrong? Sarah turned to Anna. I've never seen him like this. Did I hurt him? Did I do something wrong? Anna sighed deeply and hugged Sarah. You did nothing wrong. Sarah broke down and shook her head frantically. It must be me. It's always my fault. If only I didn't graduate that day, Dad would have gone to Pluto with Mom. They would be alive. It's my fault. If I wasn't a dual awakener, Dad wouldn't stop talking to me. He wouldn't lose hopes in me. It's all my fault. This time too, Varian, it's all my fault. Why do I hurt everyone I care about? Anna felt a pang in her heart. She suppressed the bitterness in her heart and caressed Sarah's hair. Sarah, it's not always your fault that something bad happens. Even if you believe it is your fault, forgive yourself. I can't. Sarah's body trembled and she returned to the practice room. Anna looked at the food that was barely eaten. She teleported to Varian's room with some packed food and was about to knock on the door. She must ask at least what happened to him. As far as she knew, Varian wasn't like this. Even heavy injuries couldn't bring him to tears. A simple meal. Oh. Anna's hand paused. She recalled Varian's information. He lost his mother last year. Then he wasted away a year fighting every day. It was almost like he was running away from the reality. With a bitter smile, she turned back. You are also missing your family. A/N, I missed the release time. This extra chapter is my apology. For this matter, he even took the help of Richard. Sarah ignored the weird gazes and nodded seriously. Say yes, I can return you. The average strength of a cadet for this mission was high level 5. But they didn't know Varian's strength was significantly higher than what he showed. And besides, his life-saving ability was the highest. Still, Varian was taken aback by Sarah's words. If she really did that now, she'd be punished. Rubbing his temple, he gazed out of the window. Earth was slowly diminishing in size. They just paused at the space station's checkup. Any space shuttle must undergo an inspection before it can leave Earth's space zone. A couple of space shuttles were connected to the space station for an inspection. Cadets, let's go. Dhruv, in his combat uniform, ordered. There was a space bridge connecting their space shuttle to the adjacent one. Varian and others crossed the bridge and entered the other space shuttle. As he found Sarah was still waiting for his answer, Varian nodded strongly. Sarah saw that he was strangely confident and didn't try persuading him anymore. The spaceship they boarded now was less luxurious but also less eye-catching. The squad of 12 sat down in what resembled a hall. They were all from military faction headed by Dhruv. Even though Sarah was the head in name, Dhruv had more experience leading the team. After a brief introduction, the cadets were discussing the tactics. But sometimes, they would throw a glance at Varian. Why the hell did he accept the mission? Varian ignored the weird gazes and reviewed the information about the mission. I hope things go well. Sarah sighed from the side. Varian's face twitched at her words. Things never go well. Especially since he was coming, things were bound to go wrong. Perhaps another way of thinking was, things were going to go wrong regardless of him. He was going to participate in one of those disaster times. But what should he do? This was his best option for merit points. Soon, the space shuttle took off from the space station and quickly accelerated. Even though it was much slower than the Type 1 space shuttles, they'd arrived at their destination in an hour. Varian observed Sarah staring at the moon with nostalgia. I'm surprised we have to resort to such steps for secrecy. He remarked about the process. They boarded a couple of space shuttles from the academy. Then at the line of space stations, they moved into one of less conspicuous transport shuttle. The original passengers of this shuttle were soldiers going to planetoid Rena. Essentially, Varian's squad was disguising themselves as those soldiers. Those soldiers would, on the other hand, take up a mission on Moon for a day before returning. So much for secrecy. Secrecy is a must. Dhruv, sitting across them in a sofa, said sharply. There have been various leaks from even the academy as well. Some genius cadets were ambushed and lost their lives. Mia added. The enthusiastic atmosphere tensed as everyone realized they too were in the danger of an exposure. You don't have to worry. We are not going to Rena. Dhruv smiled at them and snapped his fingers. Varian, along with others, caught the box they were given. This. Inside it was a facial skin and a wig. Varian recognized those faces. They were the soldiers who were originally in this shuttle. Yes. We'll impersonate them to the very end. Dhruv said and put on his face mask. His handsome face vanished in front of their eyes before turning into an ordinary face with a mole under his eye. Pfft. Mia tried to stifle her laughter, but to no avail. Everyone else used their face masks. Varian saw himself in the mirror. His young face was now masked as one of a 30-year-old's. I hate this. He heard Sarah's voice and glanced to the side. Whoa. He saw a very chubby face. Is that you? He tentatively asked. Yeah. I don't know how her face and body were so out of proportion. Sarah groaned in frustration. TSK. You look beautiful, Sarah. Mia snickered. She was still holding a grudge for Sarah skipping the meeting. Sarah snorted. All right. A small briefing. Dhruv clapped his hands. We'll be acting in 2 teams of 6. One will be led by me and the other by Sarah. Sarah was a low-level 6 whilst Dhruv was a mid-level 6. Mia was only at the peak of level 5, about to advance anytime soon. She was the third strongest. Considering Varian was only a level 5, Dhruv assigned her to Sarah's team. With 6 members in their team, they could take on even the peak of level 6. After all, every cadet of Imperial Defense Academy was a genius. But without exception, people in Sarah's team felt unlucky. The 3 of them were high level 5. So a low level 5 Varian would only drag them down. Thankfully, Mia could fill the gap. Rena Commander knows our identity. He assigned us a patrol mission. We'll be patrolling the area Asters are likely to appear. If you encounter other teams, cooperate. Dhruv said. Remember to restrain your aura. Let out the aura of level 4. He added before turning to Varian. Varian, it takes time for any cadet to control their aura. Can you? Dhruv's words were struck as everyone turned to Varian in shock. His aura dropped from low level 5 to low level 4 in the blink of an eye. Dhruv probed his aura deeply, but couldn't break through his disguise. Hiss. The cadets took a deep breath to calm themselves. They could only restrain their aura. Upon closer inspection, they would be easily found. To reach Varian's level of masking, one needed a very fine control over aura. Dhruv finally nodded with a complicated expression. Good. Space Shuttle AEX-132 confirmed. The AI announced. Varian took a deep breath and gazed out of the window. Battleships each sizing at least a kilometer appeared above the planetoid. Varian saw the Federation flag on most of them, but others had no flags. Abyss ships. Sarah muttered. Planetoid Rena, like almost all planetoids, was contested by both humans and Abyssals. Thus, they too had a military presence in the planetoid. That included the battleships. But this was the space of humans, so the density of Abyssal ships was far weaker. Soon, under the escort of a battleship, their space shuttle landed in an air base. The door slowly opened and in an orderly line, the cadets, disguised as soldiers, deplaned. What greeted them was a busy airbase. Space shuttles took off and alighted in a matter of minutes. The base soldiers were inspecting the incomers and letting them into the base after a genetic test. Dhruv already explained to them that these tests was taken care of. Welcome, Team Yeno 3423. You'll be allowed into the 6th base after an inspection. A soldier saluted and led them to inspection. His aura was that of a level 3 awakener. In the planetoid where the highest combat power was level 6, level 3 was not bad. But Varian's attention was drawn by the soldier himself. Unlike the so-called genius cadets of the academy, despite his restraint, he exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Even his current posture allowed him to quickly draw the sword and block any attack. When you fight with your life on the line every day, this is what you become. Varian empathized with the feeling and sighed inwardly. After a quick check, their team was escorted by a soldier to a military transport vehicle. They were going to report to the 6th base's commander. As the vehicle left the airbase, Varian finally got a chance to see the planetoid. As far as his vision stretched, he saw golden sand. The sand was lifted by the fierce gales and formed clouds of dust. Sometimes, it resulted in a sand storm. But the military transport vehicle had no qualms in maintaining a high speed on such a terrain. After all, it was a flying truck. Since the planetoid was torn between humans and Abyssals, it had a ridiculously long border. Small-scale conflicts broke out all the time with one side intruding into others' territory. All-out wars were not uncommon. In the past 5 years, 3 full-scale wars were fought. But due to the location of the planetoid itself being remote, both sides didn't invest higher awakeners. The strongest combat power remained peak level 6, chief commander who oversaw all the military bases. Amidst the whirls of golden sand, the military transport vehicle reached the 6th military base. After a strict inspection, they were let in. The base resembled a small city. Hundreds of soldiers off-duty were moving about as they visited various facilities. Since humans climbed the tree of technology, self-sufficiency on this desert planetoid was easy. As long as they weren't dead, soldiers could be rescued. But in case the opponents lost, Abyssals would never leave them alive. The soldiers didn't know if they would return alive before every mission. But they still moved forward. The reason Varian took his father as the ideal was because he admired this quality. To move forward in the face of danger. Even if one's life was not guaranteed, they did not shrunk. This was perhaps the highest form of bravery. The others' teams should have landed by now. Together, we'll cover all the probable areas. Dhruv said through his calm, "Boo, can you hack the abyssal bases?" As they neared the commander's office, Varian asked. "No, master. If I was at my peak, it could have been possible." Boo gave negative. Varian wasn't expecting a positive answer anyway, so he was not disappointed. But in case abyssal bases could be hacked, the best he could do was paralyze them. However, unlike hideouts where providing access enabled humans to wipe out abyssals, it was impossible for planetoids. Essentially, this was the fiercest point of contention. The front line. Report. Team Yeno, 3423 arriving, sir. The soldier saluted and reported to the entrance guard. After another round of tests, they finally entered the commander's office. "So you are the hunters." XAM, a middle-aged man with a squared jaw, said with a serious expression. Unlike the one Boo produced, their disguise was by no means perfect. Any awakener with sufficient strength would be able to tell they were fakes. "Yes, sir." The team gave him a military salute. "You will be assigned to 3rd sector. If the prey is difficult to handle, inform the base. We'll clean up those pests," XAM said in a calm voice. But Varian felt an immense amount of bloodlust. There was a fundamental divide between the cadets and the officers. One was like an sheathed sword while the other was like a blood-soaked sword. Even if they had the same strength, a soldier would win due to their mentality and combat experience. Despite their genius, the cadets' experience would fall short compared to decades-long experience. "We can do it, sir," Dhruv said with confidence. As the captain of the team, he had absolute confidence in the strength of his teammates. What's more, they discussed the tactics thoroughly beforehand. The ones that should worry was the pests, asters. XAM nodded calmly. His expression didn't change much since the beginning. "Even though I despise a soldier who couldn't complete their mission, your potential is needed." XAM scanned them one by one before saying. "The mission can fail, but your lives must not be lost. We'll ensure success above our lives." Dhruv stated his stance. "You can be whatever you are in your little school, but here, you are under my command. Follow the orders." XAM's expression turned grim and a huge aura suppressed Dhruv. GUH. The pressure of high level 6 was terrifying and Dhruv's face paled. Sarah took a step forward and said, "Sir, if death is certain, we'll withdraw." XAM paused and nodded before withdrawing his pressure. He felt a small but significant threat from Sarah. "You'll be patrolling on the border. Our battleships are monitoring the space of the planet. If the asters try to land in the Abyss territory, we'll open fire. Facing our full firepower before landing will kill most. The only way they can live is to land in the human space since we can't bomb our own establishments. Even then, we'll hit them with limited firepower. But they'll most likely survive the attacks and escape somewhere using some star treasures. They'd cross the border and reach the Abyssal side. Your task is to patrol the EI-23 section of the border. It is a hilly region with sparse vegetation. An excellent place for them to cross the border." Base Commander XAM explained the details perfectly. "Yes, sir. Victory to humanity." Sarah saluted and the rest followed. "Victory to humanity." XAM saluted back. Boarding an agile floating vehicle, the group of 12 reached the EI-23 section. As XAM said, there was a long desert range spanning dozens of miles. The desert hills themselves were miles wide, forming a natural boundary between humans and Abyssals. The border was, as expected, heavily guarded. Dangerous fences, artilleries, laser beams and many more. But most of the soldiers were only level 4. In close combat with Aster clan remnants, they would lose. I hope the loss can be minimized. Varian wished. After reporting in, they split into 2 teams and went off to patrol their areas in twos. Varian and Sarah, carrying a laser gun and wearing a standard military suit, carefully walked through Desert Hill. Varian never learnt about firearms. To be honest, guns were useless if the enemy reacted before one could open fire. That was the case with many mid-awakeners. The usage of firearms was thus limited to low awakeners. But as a formality, Varian and Sarah to carry them. As they continued to patrol, time passed and night fell. The temperature plummeted from scorching hot to freezing cold. Their suit was advanced enough to keep them warm. Besides, both Varian and Sarah had strong physiques. As hours passed, the Asters showed no sign of arrival. But Varian felt an increasing unease. He finally broke the silence and said, "Sarah, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. If it gets really dangerous, stay near me. I can get us to safety." His assurance in the mission was naturally boo. Once he got into the ghost ship, he could leave freely. Even though he preferred to keep it secret, if the need really arose, Varian didn't mind saving Sarah at the expense of revealing the ghost ship. She didn't tell her father about his space path. If she did, Evander would brand Varian as someone who could never be a sovereign. Forget about picking him as a disciple, Varian wouldn't be surprised if he was closely monitored. So in a sense, he owed her a lot for not saying anything. "How can you save me?" Click. Sarah and Varian suddenly looked back. They heard a footstep. Humph. With a snort, he flapped his wings. They were at least 500 meters away from him, but with a single flap, the distance was halved. "Varian, report and stand by." As she ordered, Sarah's body was covered by a blue hue and the next moment, her figure blurred as she appeared in front of the Abyssal. The Abyssal raised his wings. His metallic feathers shone red for a moment before protruding outward like pointed spears. He wasted no time and slashed at Sarah with all his strength. "Die." With his roar, he released his level 6 aura. "Scum." Sarah spat and raised her fist. The blue hue on her body concentrated towards her fist, forming a radiant sight. Stacking the strength of both body and water awakeners, she punched down. Boom! Varian got away from the battle site and opened his comm. He needed to report the situation here. "Commander XM, we found the, Varian stopped midway and looked up. In the distant horizon, rings of fire spread. Soon, in multiple spots across the sky, Varian saw bright red light for a moment before a huge ring of fire bloomed into existence. In just a few moments, flowers of fire bloomed everywhere across the sky. "Master, the battle ships are taken out." Varian didn't need to be told. The scene played itself in front of his eyes. A metallic object on fire crashed down at great speed. Damn it. Varian cursed and ran away to escape from the impact. Boom. It was like a small earthquake. The ground under him trembled and Varian raised his arms to shield himself from the cloud of dust. Even though he was quite some distance away, the impact was too great. Just a single crash caused such damage. What would happen if this happened across the planetoid? What the fuck dash, Varian was about to curse when his comm buzzed. Attention. Abyssals have started a full-scale conflict. Soldiers on the border, hold them down with your full strength. Do not let them breach the line of defense. Varian's body went cold as he saw the ground shake. With an ominous premonition, he connected his comm to the border surveillance. He got the border view for the first time. It wasn't a pleasant experience. There was a buffer zone between human and Abyss territories. On either sides, both sides beefed up the infrastructure. Heavy weaponry including but not limited to laser guns, stun bombs, plasma weapons were all aimed at the Abyssals. The Abyssals had a mix of human weapons plus their own infrastructure, spiraling towers, vibrating castles, and crystal cannons aimed at the human side. These weapons, despite their lethality, couldn't capture the highly agile Mid-Awakeners. But they served as a deterrent and had their own role to play. The borders were guarded strictly. Despite that, there were infractions every day. They could only be taken care of by the patrol guards. Varian and other cadets were such patrol guards. When planning the mission, they considered the worst-case scenario. It would be a small-scale conflict with Abyssals. Even then, the fighting would be limited to the border. As patrol guards, they would be safe. Even if someone learnt their identity and wanted to target them, the border would serve as the shield. But now, the border was a hell. Boom. Bang. Gotcha. The buffer zone was hollowed out and what replaced it was a massive crater hundreds of meters deep and miles long. In the sky, battleships from both sides engaged in a deadly conflict. Every second, dozens of battleships from both sides would be blasted to pieces and crash to the ground. On land, as powerful Awakeners entered the scene, the situation quickly escalated. Space Awakeners from both sides were the first to engage in conflict. They infiltrated each other's defense infrastructure with a clear intent to neutralize them. The Awakeners guarding the crucial weapons already knew what was coming and stood guard. The Space Awakeners and the protectors of weapons started a fierce battle. Despite their struggles, the firepower on both sides quickly dwindled as weapons of massive destruction were pulverized one by one. Apart from a few areas where the firepower was still strong, the battlefield turned into a perfect ground for Awakeners. The first round started. Tens of thousands of body Awakeners, beast morphers rushed at their enemy. Fists connected with fists. Kicks faced kicks. Bones were broken, muscles were torn. The air was blasted and the ground caved in. As the Awakeners engaged in the most primitive way of solving dispute, the next wave of Awakeners started. Fireballs, water arrows, lightning spears flew in the sky. As the injured were dragged to rescue, earthen walls were erected to shield them. Another phenomena also increased. During the fight, some Awakeners would pause for a split second. It was harmless at normal times, but in a war, even the slightest distraction was fatal. These Awakeners proved it by losing their lives. Of course, as veterans, no one would pause in the middle of a battle. But they were made to pause. It was the Mind Awakeners. Close enough, but hidden, the Mind Awakeners used their prowess to impact the battlefield. The only good thing was that since they used mental sense to interfere with others' action, their interference could also be cancelled by other Mind Awakeners. At the same, they could roughly detect each other's positions. As the Mind Awakeners reported the location of the other side's Mind Awakeners, the second salvo of Space Awakeners began. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Elemental Awakeners also joined and bombarded the hideouts of telepaths. As the firepower on the hideouts increases, a few figures shot into the air from the Mind Awakener locations and rushed towards the battlefield. One such figure waved his hand. The next moment, the enemy Abyssal was flung back and before he could retaliate, the individual clenched his fist. Boom! Boom! It was as if paper was crumpled, the Abyssal's body twisted unnaturally and he died in no time. It was a common misconception that all Mind Awakeners fought from a distance. It only applied to those that took the telepath branch. There was another different branch. Telekinetics. Wrapping themselves with mental power, they flew at great speeds, helping comrades and fighting enemies. Bodies continued to pile as the ground was dyed in red and green blood. Both sides were doing their best. Even though it looked chaotic, each Awakener was connected to at least 7 more comrades forming a team. Each team member complemented others perfectly and turned into a killing machine. Unfortunately, this was true for both sides. Thus, the battle was destined to continue for a long time. If this was a moon, humans would have had the advantage due to heaven's will. After all, it reduced the strength of Abyssals around 10%. Of course, as the Abyssals grow stronger, the suppression decreases. But even a level 9 Abyssal cannot ignore heaven's will. Unfortunately, heaven's will only applied on planets and their moons. Planetoids were artificial and hence Abyssals were not suppressed. On the battlefield, the majority of the fighters were level 3. Some was level 4. There were a few level 5 Awakeners, each facing their counterpart. As the strongest combat powers on the battlefield, they would decide the outcome of the war. His mental force turned into an invisible palm and collided with the Fire Lotus. After they contended for a moment, they both broke down, leaving behind a massive shock wave. "Ku! I'll cut your head in this battle, Bauman." The Fire Awakener clutched her fractured arm and glared at the Abyssal in hatred. She covered herself with fire mana and clenched her fist. "Give up, Aguya, I've almost about to reach mid-level 5. The Abyssal called. Bauman grinned cruelly and propelled the mental power in his body. Boom! The air was compressed beyond limit and blasted as they shot at each other at speeds approaching the sonic limit. The soldiers from both human and Abyssal side were attracted by the commotion. It was a pity they couldn't even turn their head unless they wanted to give their enemy a chance to kill them easily. Thankfully, their hearing was good enough to give them a good idea of the fight in the sky. Excluding the base commanders, the highest combat power was level 5. Thus, on this battlefield, this match was one of the crucial ones. Boom! Kacha! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Aguya was sent flying as she crashed into a hill, with her fire melting the hill as a consequence. "Colonel Aguya! Hold on. Support will arrive." Seeing her predicament, the soldiers on the field couldn't help but shout. Aguya was one of the promising officers. Level 5 only at 25 years, perhaps in another 10 years, she could reach level 6. So she must not die here. But, worms. We'll take over Rena today. Bauman hummed and a huge pressure descended on the human awakeners below him. Plop. Spurt. Plop. Their heads burst open regardless of them being a level 3 or level 4 as they died. A red light flashed and Aguya appeared in the air. Her body was covered by fire mana. Unlike earlier, her face was incredibly pale and blood gushed out of the multiple wounds on her body. However, Aguya only gulped down a healing potion, knowing well that it would take time to operate. She suppressed the weakness in her body and conjured a fire arrow. With an indomitable will, she said, "Even if I die, I'll bring you down with me." Tisk, humans never learn. Bauman didn't pull any punches and attacked with all his strength. "This is ridiculous." Varian cursed after finding out the situation on the border. The strongest hadn't shown up yet. Maybe they already started fighting somewhere far. After all, even if they fought in the air, just the aftermath of the attacks could wipe out level 3s. Staying here is the worst option. Varian glanced at Sarah handling the level 6. There was something fishy. There were only a couple of level 6s on this planet. They were basically the commanders of the bases. How could they cross a border and target Sarah? It didn't add up. Varian looked at the rising clouds in the distance. Even though Sarah couldn't defeat him quickly, she had the edge. With her strength, I don't need to worry about her. Varian shook his head and said, "Boo, give me a skin mask." Since he couldn't play an active role here, he was going somewhere he was needed. Guh. Cough. Cough. Aguya knelt on the ground on one knee as she coughed out blood. Her arms were mangled and she didn't count the broken ribs. Now, the mental power of Bauman surrounded her like an invisible hand. It was crushing her slowly as if she was a bug. But she still raised her head with difficulty and looked into his eyes. After Commander arrives, why you will pay. Bauman threw his head back and laughed. I forgot to tell you, we got a few herbs and added 3 level 6s. Now they must have crossed the border and headed into your bases. Every soldier in the base will be slaughtered. After killing you, I'll clean up this side of battlefield. Then I, along with my soldiers, will watch your base commanders die one by one as they are outnumbered by the Abyss Dukes. Bauman's voice was loud and clear. Every human awakener in the field heard it clearly. For a moment, their hearts stopped. Because serving on the same planetoid, they more or less knew Bauman. A promising abyssal enemy with a serious potential. He was arrogant and proved everything by force. So there must be no reason to him lying. What's more? So that's why this sudden war? Even though she phrased it was a question, Aguya's tone was confirmative. Even though she was kneeling powerlessly in front of an enemy, her demeanor was still proud. Now, let's send awe. Bauman stepped back instantly, but even then it was too late. A condensed fire beam hit his arm. He roared in pain as half of his left arm was scorched. Forcibly numbing his brain, he looked down and saw the regretful smile on Aguya's face. I missed the head. Why, you crazy bitch. I thought of killing you directly and saving you some dignity. But now I'll strip your clothes and chop you to pieces. You will be food to stray dogs. Bauman roared with rage. Colonel Kaguya. Base commander is not responding. Are we doomed? One by one, despair began to sink in the human awakeners. Despite this being a full-scale war, they hadn't heard a single announcement from the base commander. Bauman looked at his enemies dropping morale and sneered. He stepped forward and kicked Aguya in the abdomen. Crack. Like a broken kite, Aguya with little defense laid on the ground as she twitched from the pain. The ribs pierced her heart. Even if she was a level 5 awakener, she was going to die soon. Bauman grabbed Aguya's neck and lifted her like a ragdoll. He flew into the air and said, Listen humans, the strongest genius in this base is helpless in my hands. She'll die a painful death. If you don't want the same pain, kill yourself. If not, hee. Let's start with stripping this bitch. Bauman grabbed her shirt and was about to pull it open when, Kacha. He felt an enormous force hitting him in the abdomen, and before he knew it, he crashed into the ground at a ridiculous speed. Boom. Crack. Dust rose and clouded the vision. Laying on the ground, Bauman gritted his teeth and endured the pain of broken pains. He used the mental force to warp himself and lifted himself up into the air. With a swipe, the dust vanished and he saw a man looking at him with cold eyes. I have nothing to do. But guess what? The human smiled at him. Without knowing why, Bauman flinched and took a step back. The human didn't care and fed the dying Kaguya an expensive healing potion. Bauman was enraged and glared at the man. But the next moment, the man vanished and appeared in front of him. He raised his fist and shot at Bauman. When I saw you, I wanted to punch your face. Varian's fist connected with his face. But, Kacha, arg. It was too late. Varian's fist broke through his mental power and smashed his head. Despite his defense being a notch higher than normal mental awakeners, his skull broke open upon contact. Spurt. Varian calmly stepped back from the gore scene as the Abyssal's headless corpse collapsed on the ground. The war was still going on, but the vicinity turned silent. The hundreds of Abyssals and humans in the zone stared dazedly at this outsider that killed so smoothly and ruthlessly. Gulp. I never knew we had a new colonel reporting today. Why can't I remember this human? Despite being equally confused, humans rejoiced while the Abyssals despaired. Under the orders of the next strongest, hundreds of Abyssals hurriedly withdrew to form a line of defense. Without a level 5 blocking Varian, they would be slaughtered. So the wisest decision was to go defensive and try to wear him down. Then they could launch a decisive blow. He turned around and glanced at the woman on a knee. Aguya stared at him in shock and wonder. Level 5s were the backbone of this planetoid's army. As a level 5 herself, she knew every one of them. So who was this young man? His face looked so ordinary that he would be hard to tell apart in a crowd. Yet his eyes, those eyes had a sharpness that reminded her of a sword. Despite her injuries, she said respectfully, "Thank you, whoever you are." After glancing at the battlefield, she bit her lip and said, "Can you please go check on the base commanders? Abyssals have 3 new level 6s. All the commanders are now in grave danger." Oh. Varian kept his gaze locked with the kneeling woman. But at the same time, he unsheathed his sword and swung it casually. A white light beamed out and cutting the wind in a flash, the white beam slashed the Abyssals in the vicinity. It was a common skill of the 5-star treasure sword he used. Under the sword beam, even level 3 Abyssals had no resistance to his casual swipe and were sliced into 2. Still looking at the woman, Varian frowned. 3 level 6s, huh? They too had 3 level SXS. Charles. Williamson. Sarah. Was this just a coincidence? Varian's brows knit together and he kept swinging the sword. Each swing seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, the Abyssals with most potential were killed. Even level 4 Abyssals were killed in 2 or 3 strikes. Run. He'll be dead soon. Humans are bound to lose. Varian heard the Abyssals' roars in Abyss. Were they just waging a psychological warfare or were they stating facts? Boom. Boom. Varian raised his head and glanced around him. As far as his vision could reach, there were humans fighting Abyssals. When they said all-out war, they meant it. A complete war spanning across every section of border along the planetoid. "Sarah, how are you?" Varian asked as his body blurred and he rushed towards the closest level 5s fight. Varian? A few level 5s joined this guy. It might take longer for me to finish them off. Where are you? Sarah's voice sounded from the comm, followed by the muffled voices of the Abyssals. Me? I'm somewhere safe. There is an info. 3 new level 6s have appeared in the Abyssals. Don't expect reinforcements. If you get into a predicament, let me know. I'll talk later. Varian said and closed the communication channel. A huge lightning bolt blasted at him with breakneck speed. It was the doing of a level 5. Varian's high-profile intervention ensured his info was already being shared by the Abyssals. The fake info, of course. Right now, he was wearing a skin mask on top of the disguise. With Boo's intervention, the cameras did not capture him and instead helped him forge evidence. According to the cameras, the Varian, in disguise, was staying at a safe distance from Sarah, waiting to assist her. The reason Varian went to such lengths of trouble was obvious. Crackle. As the lightning bolt was about to hit him, the Thunder Abyssal's lips curled up. Even if Varian did a last-ditch effort, he'd still be injured. More importantly, he'd be numb for a moment. In this battlefield, pausing for so long meant death. But the next moment, his eyes widened. Huh. Click. Varian appeared behind the Abyssal and a white light flashed. Thud. The next moment, the Abyssal's head flew into the air and blood spurted out his neck like a fountain. The ones keenly observing the match were taken aback. D-Dual Awakener? Wait, who the heck was this guy? As both the Abyssals and humans were left confused, Varian's lips curled up. The reason he went to so much trouble was this. After hiding his powers all this time, he wanted to let loose. Fight with all his strength. Come on, bitches. Varian roared, and no longer his space powers. Space Awakeners were relatively uncommon. There were only a few level 5 Space Awakeners across the planetoid. So once Varian went on a rampage, he had almost no one to stop him. Die. However, he was soon targeted by a level 5 and a bunch of level 4s. Tisk. Clicking his tongue, Varian glanced at the level 5's blurry figure. Despite being a mid-level 5, the Abyssal speed actually reached high level 5. Controller, increase any single stat by a significant percentage. As the fist approached Varian at breakneck speed, the space around him tightened. With a few punches, Varian broke the blocked space. But by preventing him from teleporting out, their goal was already reached. The controlled level 5 Abyssals fist was about to crush his neck. At the same moment, a mind power stabbed his mind. In their eyes, his death was set in stone. Even before his punch was thrown, he hurled a thunderbolt at the level 5 Abyssal. Hyuk, the Abyssal, like everyone else, was caught off guard by Varian's third path. Triple Awakeners, they were too rare. Besides, the more the paths, the slower the progress. So just how did this person reach a high level in all the three paths? Before the thought completed, the lightning bolt assaulted him. Since Varian's thunder path was still only a level 4, it only numbed the level 5 Abyssal for a split second. But since he could now use his space path freely, that split second was all Varian needed. Gotcha! Varian's figure appeared in front of the Abyssal and crushed his neck. XP plus 10, XP plus 10. The system's notifications continued to ring. Varian ignored them and searched for his target. Soon, he hurled a lightning bolt and hit an inconspicuous bush a few hundred meters away. Arg! Screams resounded as the bush was burnt to crisp along with the level 4 Mind Awakener that tried to interfere him. If not for the fact that he awakened in Mind Path, Varian would have been delayed a bit longer. That'd truly be dangerous. Then, Varian turned to the Space Awakeners. Truly the most annoying bunch to hunt since they always escaped. The two level 4 Space Awakeners had no fear on their faces as they sneered at Varian. Human, we'll find a peak level 5. Just wash your neck and wait. Varian's lips curled up and he said, "Do you think you can escape from me?" The two Abyssals looked at each other and burst out laughing. They looked at Varian and said with contempt, "Your space level is the lowest out of the three, is it not? You cannot catch." The words were cut midway as the minds of Abyssals went blank for a very tiny moment. But as fate may have it, they were only less than 200 meters from Varian. He teleported and shortened the distance. As their minds turned hazy, two lightning bolts already shot at them with full force. Zap! Zap! Wah, Tella, the Space Awakeners dropped dead as their last-minute defense couldn't stop the lightning bolts. Varian couldn't stop himself from grinning. Mind Path seemed to be a good solution to teleportation. I just need to level it up. He muttered and headed towards the next level 5. On the way, he was attacked multiple times. He was delighted as a few Mind Awakeners always attacked him, trying to halt him enough to get him killed. But to their horror, Varian's pause was far less than expected. This led to many Abyssals being killed, including the Mind Awakeners. In fact, it was not just his Mind Path that helped him decrease their interference. Morpher Path also had a greater mental resistance. Of course, there were some Space Awakeners. Varian killed them using his mind powers that continued to rise during the battle. Even when they died, the Abyssals didn't suspect it was Varian using the mind powers. They attributed it to a human Mind Awakener supporting him. He had already shown 3 divine paths, the absolute limit. Anything more was just absurd. Thus, Varian was able to use space, body, and lightning paths in the open. His mind powers were assumed as the invisible support. Finally, his morpher powers. Drip. Drip. The injuries on his body healed at an abnormal rate. As he moved from one level 5 to another, he accumulated injuries. The most injuries were from a level 5 Enhanced Awakener aided by 4 level 4 Space Awakeners and 2 level 4 Mind Awakeners. Initially, Varian thought he wouldn't be able to win. He just entered the battle to test the waters. But soon, he realized his strength had already grown significantly compared to before the battle. With the right combinations, he killed them off. Of course, the price was some very significant injuries. The pain was so severe that Varian would have stopped. But thanks to the mind path, he just stopped himself from feeling the pain and concentrated on the battle. Then he was chased around for some time. The Abyssals thought he was a goner. But thanks to the high vitality and regeneration of plant morphers, Varian was able to quickly heal himself. To others, it only looked like he chugged down a very expensive healing potion. Thus, Varian danced in the field using all the 5 divine paths. It was a first for him and he loved it. In no time, he was already 100 miles past the first location he appeared. He killed 11 level 5 Abyssals along the way. The number of level 4's dead under him reached an astounding 50. The result of such devastating record? Humans will prevail. We'll exterminate the Abyssals. Your green blood will die, Rena. The humans gained a massive advantage. In the areas he acted, Abyssals abandoned all attacks and resorted to extreme defense. Even then, with the help of level 5 human awakeners, the defense was being quickly disintegrated. Under the leadership of level 5 humans, the Abyssals were massacred. Thankfully, there are no level 6s on the battlefield. So even when I encounter a peak level 5, I can calmly escape. Varian smiled and teleported himself away from a peak level 5 fight. The level 5 human and Abyssal were going toe-to-toe. His mind powers would have almost no effect. Plus, if he tried to help, he would actually break the tempo of the human awakener and bring him to danger. So Varian left them and found himself a new suitable level 5 Thunder Awakener. As he teleported to the Abyssal and engaged in an easy fight, Varian asked, "Boo, how is Sarah?" There was surveillance all over the human side of the planetoid. He asked Boo to keep watch of Sarah's situation. If things go wrong, he could save her in a second or two. How? Board the ghost ship and rush toward her at full speed. Then pick her up into the ship and escape. The time needed to travel was negligible. Master, she killed the level 5s. The level 6 Abyssal is on the brink of death. Good. What about the other level 6s? Varian slashed down his sword and slit the Abyssal's throat. Thud. Wasting no time, he picked another target. Creak creak, the space around him was blocked off and Varian merely shook his fist and broke it open. Everywhere he went, he was the target of space and mind awakeners. They thought he was being miserable. But Varian was actually delighted. The rising XP allowed him to dream of advancing. After summarizing the details, Boo replied, "Master, the human and Abyssal base commanders are fighting in remote locations. Your teammates, Charles Xander, had to fight off against 2 level 6s and quite a few level 5s. Williamson faced off a level 6 and 10 level 5s. Sarah fought with a level 6 and 6 level 5s. There are no other traces of level 6s across the planetoid." Varian sighed in relief. But Boo's report continued. "Master, I can see it. They're here." Varian raised his head and saw the white ships landing near the border. Aster clan. Varian spat. But that didn't mean it was a cakewalk. Even though human Space Force was busy, they had some trump cards left. Fire. A stern voice roared. The voice seemed to come from hundreds of miles away, but everyone in the battlefield, including Varian, heard it clear. Boom. Varian felt the air still for a moment before everything turned red. Then his ears went deaf as a huge screeching engulfed his hearing. It was as if the sky itself was split. The world trembled for a moment. Crack. A huge explosion occurred in the air, spanning dozens of miles. The aftermath of the explosion shook hundreds of miles. The ground trembled and many awakeners lost their footing. The awakeners closest to the explosion immediately lost their lives. What? Varian pressed down his racing heart and looked up. His eyes constricted as he saw individuals jumping down from the white space shuttles. Master, the human side deployed a lethal weapon and managed to shoot down a few spaceships. So, the Aster clan members have decided to jump off. Their original plan to reach the abyssal side failed. Most of them landed on the human side's border. A couple of them landed near you. Boo informed. Since humans use technology extensively, Boo had a great advantage as it could hack almost every system and monitor sensitive information. The only ones that it couldn't bypass were level 9 technocrats. This little planetoid wasn't precious enough for even a level 7 awakener, let alone a level 9. So this is the famed meteor cannon. The hoarse voice of an abyssal sounded from the distance. Bang! The earth shook once again and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Two figures flickered in the sky. With each of their move, shockwaves swept everything. High level 6. Base commanders. It was the most destructive fight Varian witnessed. With a single wave, mountains were leveled. Varian shook his head and focused back on the battlefield. Earlier, he thought it was a coincidence, but now he had to accept one fact. There were more level 5 abyssals than the humans. Moreover, these extras were all new entries to level 5. Varian knitted his brows. He needed information. No. A confirmation. Right, that colonel. He recalled the injured female officer he saved. Boo, give me the coordinates of the woman from earlier. He said and soon, teleported to the destination. She was now in one of a mobile base 100 miles behind the front line. Unlike the big bases that played a foundational role on the planetoid, these mobile bases were the logistic core. With current technology, distance was not an issue anymore. But to provide emergency services to thousands of soldiers at a moment's notice, mobile bases were the best answer. Aguya just exited the healing pod of the emergency facility and clenched her fist. After Varian saved her, she was helped by the soldiers under her command. The mobile base prioritized her life and used the best healing liquid they had. Majority of her injuries were healed in 30 minutes and she was ready to join the battlefield. In fact, her combat power had not recovered. She could only exert about 60% of her full strength. But, Aguya's expression turned resolute. Vamos, I'll kill. She paused abruptly as she recalled the youth that saved her. He killed Vamos, right? He is definitely not a soldier. Aguya knit her brows and thought further. Not an adventurer either. I know all the level 5s. Adventurers could also join and help out the army in battling the Abyssals. They would reward it appropriately. Of course, while doing so, they had to follow orders. But overall, such life had more freedom and thus, many Patriot Awakeners chose to be adventurers, and still helped out the army. However, the Triple Awakener. There was no one like him. Aguya swiped her calm and ordered. Find out the information of the Triple Awakener. As a colonel and the second strongest level, she had sufficient authority. If he was an adventurer, she would do her best to recruit him to the army. Soon, the AI replied. No information found. Even though she was expecting it, Aguya was disappointed. Who the hell am I? The familiar face appeared in front suddenly, almost causing Aguya to attack him with a fire spear. Only after realizing it was him, she stopped her attack. Why you? Who the hell are you? Aguya asked warily. Even if he was a space awakener, the base's sensors should at least recognize his arrival and alert her. But even after he stood in front of her for a couple of seconds, there was not a sound. Only technocrats could do something similar. But to become one, you needed to be at least a level 7. Gulp. Aguya gulped, realizing that the man in front of her was more dangerous than she imagined. Regardless of the means, he neutralized the defense of a mobile base. I am your savior. Varian smiled and squinted his eyes. Don't think too much. This base is under my control. I have a few questions. Aguya's nerves tightened and she considered her response. Despite his obscurity, he still helped her out. He was neither a soldier nor an adventurer. So this was not his job. In short, she owed him her life. As long as it isn't detrimental to the army. Ask. Aguya chose to comply. The thought of disarming him and investigating his identity did cross her mind. But the scene of him thrashing Bauman played in her mind. Unless she was delusional, she knew the outcome of such fight. Smart. Why do they have quite a few level 5s more than our side? Varian asked the question that was bugging him. Even in the 100-mile distance he covered, he encountered 30 level 5 humans, 36 level 5 abyssals. Him killing 20 wasn't enough to reverse the tide. This planetoid, despite being small, had a border of at least 2,000 miles. So if he counted the extra level 5s all over the planetoid, his efforts were a drop in the ocean. Aguya fell silent at his reply. Even though she was in the healing pod for the last 30 minutes, her communication channel was open. She knew what was happening all across the planetoid. The situation was turning desperate. That was why, despite her far from ideal condition, she decided to join the war. But even then, notwithstanding the regular small-scale conflicts, Rena had a peaceful year. Even then, we didn't lax our intelligence on the Abyssals. Our deployments at higher levels always matched each other. Even at the end of last month, we had almost equal level 5s and level success. Aguya explained. Almost 25 days passed since last month. Varian remarked and nodded. It has only been a week since the mission purge. All the extra abyssals are new ones. They seem to have just broken through. It adds up. What adds up? Aguya cocked her head in confusion. Their actual target. Us. Varian's eyes shone and he disappeared. Sarah was nowhere to be found. All that was left were traces of blood and gore. I knew it. Varian removed the face mask and sighed. What happened, Master? Boo chirped in. Varian clutched his forehead and played out the situation in his mind. The Aster clan members faced the battlefield and entering the Abyssal spaces. Or coordinate with the Abyssal's frontal attack with their sneak attacks. Aster clan members realized their only way of survival was Abyssal victory. If the Abyssals lose, every single one of them would be hunted down and wiped out. They had no choice and started their attacks on the humans. Since the cadets were specifically waiting for them, they were quickly spotted and fierce battles were staged. They pitched Aster members against us. Varian took a deep breath and observed his calm. Boo played the videos of his teammates. Sarah's current location. After she ended the level 6 abyssals that sneaked into the border, Sarah wanted to join the battle. Before she even started, she sensed the arrival of the Aster clan. Her eyes turned cold and she sprinted back to the nearest Aster clan members. She had to face around 30 members, which even had 3 level of success. As he expected, after cursing them as traitor scum, she went all out. The cadets from the military faction all had a similar reaction. Traitors. Bitches. Abyss lapdogs. Even Dhruv, who usually looked calm and collected, hurled a rain of abuses as he took on 40 members. Since they were fleeing continuously, the condition of Aster clan members was not optimal. Yet they more than made up for it with their desperation. This was their only chance of survival. All bets were off. On the other side, Xander faction grouped together and under the leadership of Charles, they clashed with the largest Aster clan group. Williamson guided others and they all went for a killing. The other factions followed suit. Regardless of their intentions, the end result was the same. Every cadet was fighting the Aster clan. Their priority wasn't the war. To them, it was one of the countless wars happening across the solar system. Their mission was to intercept the Aster clan remnants. The performance of their faction would also be evaluated based on that criteria. Things seemed normal until then, but taking the female officer's words into account. This war is just a smokescreen. We are the true target. Varian said and looked up at the sky. There were 2 orange spheres hanging in the sky. The 2 suns. With them, there was also a red crack. The demon abyss. I admire the one who thought of this plan. The Aster clan is just a bait. Varian smiled and took off the face mask Boo gave him. Unlike his fellow cadets, he did not actively seek the Aster clan remnants. Varian did nothing and simply waited. After a few minutes, a couple of silhouettes appeared in the distance. Here he is. Do you think we can't recognize you if you use a mask? Where the fuck did you hide for so long, Varian? One after another, Abyssals appeared in the distance. So they had hacked the surveillance. Varian wasn't too surprised. Since all this was a bait, the Abyssals were prepared enough. Huh? The leading Abyssal frowned. Where are the Aster clan members? Have you killed them all already? Even though he said that, there was no trace of fluctuation in his tone. Does it matter? Varian yawned and asked. The Abyssals were taken aback by Varian's lazy attitude. But they were in no hurry and laughed. It's a pity to miss two humans fighting each other. Our original plan was to use those Asters to tire out you guys. His gray skin darkened and his lips curled. Then we can kill you like the dogs you are. TSK. You even fooled our management. Varian snorted in annoyance. It seems you are trying to play it cool. Don't worry, even if you are not tired out by the Asters, taking you out is easy. The leading Abyssal pointed at Varian and used his thumb to swipe at his neck. Varian gauged the strength of his enemies. Since they were the first to appear, they were the closest ones to him. Fortunately, not the strongest. 1 high level 5, 10 mid level 5s and 30 low level 5s. Not even a level 6. Varian muttered in disappointment. Don't think too highly of yourself. The leading Abyssal seemed to be provoked as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Varian. Originally, my boss, a level 6, was assigned for you. But your stupid seniors killed him and we came for you. He said and mocked. Do you think you got lucky? Varian shrugged. He was completely treating them as air. Veins popped on the Abyssal's head and he gritted his teeth. You are unlucky. My boss will kill you with a slap. But I will peel your skin and break your bones. When you beg for death, I'll heal you. Only to torment you again and again. Varian's nonchalant gaze cooled down. Instead of cursing, he just smiled. I wanted to fight your boss, to be honest. But this was also good. For the current him, this was a perfect opportunity to not only test, but also increase his strength by a notch. Status, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 5, 300/2000, plus 250, Space Path Level 3, 400/400, plus 260, Lightning Path Level 4, 400/1000, plus 340, Morpher Path Level 3, 300/400, plus 150, Mind Path Level 3, 0/400, plus 140, advanced from Level 2. Even though he expected it, he was still surprised by the progress. In the war, he used his body and lightning powers the most. He even fought a couple of injured high-level 5s. This resulted in the great progress in body and lightning paths. On the other hand, he fought multiple Space Awakeners. Even though they annoyed him most of the time, it was a blessing in disguise. He directly reached the peak of Level 3. His injuries were the only thing that helped him in Morpher Path. But looking at his progress, they were plenty. Finally, Mind Path. He was in the midst of the battle when he advanced. Varian felt that if he wanted to, he could interfere with the Abyssal in front and halt his brain process. It was like blocking space, but on mind. Of course, the higher the difference in strength, the lower the effect. Conventionally, a Level 5 Abyssal needed a Level 5 Mind Awakener. But he was anything but conventional. Despite them being low level, Varian had 3 divine paths that could be used to interfere with his enemy. Space Path. Using space binding and solidifying the space around the enemy, thus restricting the enemy's movements. Lighting Path. The after effect of a lightning attack would numb the enemy's body. Mind Path. Direct interference with the enemy's brain. slowing down or even halting the commands from Brain. If I used the three of them, I wonder how far I can go. Varian's eyes flickered. He snapped out of his thoughts as the air turned chaotic. You can try running. I want to see how far you can go. The leading Abyssals aura rose and every Abyssal behind him followed. Varian chuckled. I was thinking how far I can go as well. Just, boo, block off the surveillance and all signals. As his lips curled up to a terrifying smile, the 31 Abyssal in front of him felt a chill down their spine. How far can I go because of your sacrifice? His smile slowly receded and he looked at Varian with an indifferent face. Do you think I wanted to chat with you? Varian gave him an uninterested gaze and sighed. I know. You just wanted to distract me enough to set up your sweet trap. The Abyssal snorted at Varian's expression and snapped his fingers. Viroom. With them as the center, a barrier enveloping a few miles sprang into existence. It was translucent and perhaps a few miles up in the sky. The dome-like structure was made of hexagons and exuded a fey feeling. Varian raised an eyebrow and checked his comm. The communication channel was cut off. He couldn't even contact Sarah right now. Much less call Richard or Evander for support. Boom. Right then, the wreckage of a spaceship crashed onto the barrier and slid down. Even when bombarded with such a high kinetic energy, the barrier merely shook a little. Whatever this barrier was, not only did it block off the communication, it also stopped anything from coming in. Varian threw a stone at the barrier and confirmed the obvious. Nothing from inside could leave either. He wasn't sure of its specifications, but the one thing he was sure was that it cost hella money. I thought you despised me. Why go to such trouble? He couldn't help but ask. This was truly getting the VIP treatment. In fact, since the current mission was too important, the Abyssals splurged their fortune and used a huge jammer. According to Boo, no one on the planetoid could communicate with the outside. So even the nearest planetoid was unaware of the predicament. Of course, such a jammer would only last for a limited time. Even if it lasted for long, the researchers and technicians in the planetoid would manage to breach the jammer a little and send a message. So the Abyssals naturally didn't use it since the war began. The jammer was only used after the cadets encountered the Aster clan. To the outside world, the cadets were just facing the remnants of Aster clan. They would be fine. But shortly after the cadets were under pressure facing the desperate Aster clan members, Abyssals joined. Since they came prepared, they put even the strongest geniuses in trouble. Currently, the situation of cadets was turning unfavorable. But even they didn't get the treatment of a personal barrier. Varian. Age 18. Survived a space crack as a level 2. After returning, strength was at the peak of level 4. Advanced to level 5 shortly. The Abyssal leader spat. With each word, his killing intent rose by a notch. We used a jammer for the planetoid. He explained. It blocks all signals and sends fake messages. We still have around 15 minutes until the human space patrol realizes the situation here and sends reinforcements. But 15 minutes is enough to kill off every genius here. Even then, for you and only for you, we have a special barrier. Everything inside is blocked off from the outside. Others can still communicate within the planetoid. But you can't even ask for help. I don't know what exactly you did, but Demon King personally ordered to see through your death. If our manpower wasn't dragged by those monster seniors of yours, you'd be facing level 6s. The leading Abyssal said with a triumphant expression. Demon King. Varian's pupils constricted and his thoughts spun. When did he provoke this guy? When he fought the clones inside Ghost Ship in the Lost Dungeon? No. Boo clearly stated that those clones didn't transmit any information back. Then the only high-profile thing was. Varian barely restrained his urge to facepalm. It was the Federation-wide announcement. Then his return. To others, he was blessed by the goddess of luck. For the Demon King, such a person was an eyesore. Plus, his performance in the Tower of Trials might have already reached the Demon King's castle, cementing his decision to take care of Varian. Right now, others could communicate with each other within the planetoid, and cooperate. Heck, they could even run away. Thus, if they could survive the next 15 minutes, their chances of survival would be much higher. But Varian had to face these Abyssals alone. How about it? Do you regret your high-profile actions? Are you despairing? The leading Abyssal asked with a smirk. Clearly, after the barrier was set up, he regarded Varian as good as dead. Varian was still racking his brains on how he offended the Demon King. The leading Abyssal regarded it as him despairing and chuckled. I shall thank you first, he said, and soon, his breathing turned erratic. Doing this mission by myself, I will get a promotion and a hefty reward. He looked at the subordinates behind him. Their faces were filled with greed and bloodlust. Clearly, they too were excited for the reward. Brothers, slice this human piece by piece. Let's make our king proud. The leading Abyssal no longer delayed as he raised his spear and roared. For the abyss. All hail Demon King. All hail the Emperor. The 30 Abyssals charged at Varian as they sang the war cries. Varian finally snapped out of his train of thoughts and shook his head. He was thinking how to test his powers without leaking his identity. His initial idea was to ask Boo to destroy the surveillance nearby. But even then, someone could be spying on him. However, the barrier gave him a golden opportunity. Boo, this barrier blocks off the space completely. So it prevents even the Abyssals from sending information out, right? Yes. No one will know what's happening inside. Even a low level 6 would take at least 5 minutes to break this barrier. What is this grudge? Varian's face twitched. For any level 5, this was an overkill. Master, this barrier is nothing to me. Should we escape? Escape? Why escape? Varian's lips curled up as a black sword appeared in his hand. Out of the 30 Abyssals that surrounded him, 20 low level 5 and 10 mid level 5. Each of them were elites of elites. Especially the 10 mid level 5s. They would rank in the top 100 in the Tower of Trials honor list. There was even 3 that could hit the 70s. The greatest danger of them all, the high level 5 Abyssal, stood in the back and watched everything with amusement. Give up, human. You are surrounded by us. Varian raised his sword and grinned. Fools. You all are surrounded by me. Boom. His figure flickered and he disappeared in an instant. What? The Abyssals nearly jumped in shock. This wasn't some high-level speed. This was clearly teleportation. The skill unique to a space awakener. But Varian was a body awakener. Not once did he show the slightest hint of being a space awakener. Absurd. The high-level 5 Abyssal was also taken aback. But he didn't lose his cool and ordered. Anti-teleportation formation. The Abyssals scrambled into 2 circles. The ones in the outer circle were looking outward while the Abyssals in the inner circle were looking inward. The ones in outer circle and inner circle had their backs against each other, ensuring that Varian could not teleport between them. The high-level 5 Abyssal stayed outside. Leveraging his high speed, he would chase Varian and force him to spend his space power. Eventually, Varian would exhaust his space power and could easily be killed. It's useless. The high-level 5 Abyssal growled. You are destined to die. Even if he didn't run out of space power, relying on his faster reflexes, he had a chance to kill Varian. At least, that was the plan. Varian's figure appeared a few hundred meters away. Shwa. The high-level 5 Abyssal's axe shot at him at breakneck speed. If it was just another level 3 space awakener, he would not be able to react in time and hit by the axe. But Varian had the senses and reflexes of a level 5 enhanced. So before it could even graze him, he teleported once again. Despite a high level 5 staring daggers at him, Varian wasn't anxious. He calmly observed the formation. This was the same formation Varian encountered when he raided a hideout in the Virgin Dungeon as a level 2. It happened just a month ago. When he proposed he wanted to raid a hideout alone, Sarah initially objected. Only under his insistence did she relent. Still, she made sure that she was close to him in case any emergencies arose. Thinking back to Sarah's actions, Varian couldn't help but smile warmly. Sarah could have easily rejected his request. After all, she was only obliged to bring him in. Even if she only ordered him around, as a weak level 2, there was nothing he could do. But she didn't. Even though it was her first time knowing him, Sarah did her best to help him out. Perhaps, beneath the indifferent demeanor she carried in front of the crowd, Sarah was truly a caring person. Thanks, Sarah. Now, I no longer need your protection. Varian smiled heartily. Schwa. You pussy. Don't go hiding all the time. The Abyssals shouted as Varian disappeared once again. Varian ignored his opponent's provocation and studied the formation. Last time, he had to struggle quite a bit to win. This time, would things be better? There were Abyssals of different divine paths. But they were all able to sense his arrival. The Body Awakener's sensitive ears picked up the change in wind flow. The elementalists in the group, Fire and Water Awakeners, detected him through their elemental sense. However, everyone reacted. The closest ones naturally had the greatest chances of attacking him. Around 6 Abyssals were about to raise their weapons to attack him. Zap! Varian pointed his fingers and 6 lightning bolts shot at the said Abyssals. Guh. Ku. Yu. The Abyssals hurriedly blocked the unexpected attack. Even then, the lighting numbed them for a moment. If there was an Earth Awakener, the heavy defenses might have helped. But there was no what if. Under their incredulous gaze, Varian swung his sword and slit the throat of a low-level 5 Abyssal. Then, he teleported once again. Boom! Right after, an axe blasted the area he was previously at, creating a crater. The high-level 5 Abyssal ignored the axe in the crater and looked at the figure that appeared a few hundred meters away. Sweat rolled down his forehead and the Abyssal felt a lump in his throat. With a mixture of fear and surprise, he yelled. T-Triple Awakener. The other Abyssals immediately paled. Their ashen skin turned deathly white and they seemed devoid of any blood. Varian looked at their reactions and shrugged nonchalantly. They were quick to realize his other identity. He was the guy that wreaked havoc on the battlefield. He even killed a couple of high-level 5. The leading Abyssal knitted his brows recalling that information. But soon, he relaxed and raised his arm. The opponents he killed were already very injured to begin with. His true strength could at most be in mid-level 5. With the barrier restricting him, we can slaughter him. A domineering aura burst from the leader as he locked eyes with Varian. He added. If our king knows he is the Triple Awakener, our rewards would multiply. Yes. We are all at our peak. Rip him to shreds. The Abyssals quickly went from fear to excitement. Varian was impressed by the leader's capability. He knew how to raise the morale and kept his cool. That's why. Varian appeared in the middle of the inner circle and lashed out with lightning strikes. It's more satisfying to push you into despair. Zap! Zap! Since they were expecting it, the Abyssals defending themselves properly. So the level 4 lightning bolt's effect was diminished. Their movements weren't affected as much. As Varian raised his sword, they were about to attack, swords were raised, fireballs were brewed and fists were clenched. Right then, their heads stung and the space around them solidified. Schwa! This time, it was even more tragic. 4 heads flew into the air and their headless bodies collapsed onto the ground. As the abyssal blood dyed the ground green, Varian calmly retreated. The Abyssals that were subjected to his mental interference, but weren't attacked, looked around frantically. My brain. There is a mind awakener here. Captain, He must be lurking somewhere. Dig. Dig the underground. Find him. The high level 5 Abyssal was initially confused, but he quickly latched onto the most important term and asked. You all felt mental interference? Yes. It was weak, but it caught me off guard. Me too. As they answered, the Abyssal captain trembled. No. When did someone sneak in? Wait, was it the same Mind Awakener who was helping him in the battle? Damn it. Even across this whole exchange, the thought that Varian was the same person using the mind powers didn't cross their thoughts. Not even once. It was too absurd. An impossibility. Even if Abyssals were more learnt than humans on divine paths, they knew it was impossible for one to awaken in 4 divine paths. What's more, this was also the same guy that awakened in body path. So, there gotta be someone else. The Abyssals quickly searched for the hiding Mind Awakener. They didn't have time to waste. So, they picked the most direct way. With their full strength, they rained attacks all across the area. Soon, the ground was filled with potholes. To their dismay, let alone the location, there was not even a trace of the Mind Awakener. During their actions, Varian smoothly took down 2 more Abyssals. A negative atmosphere began to creep in. The Abyssals were discouraged. Except the Abyssal captain. He kept a clear head and asked. How strong is the other party based on the attack? The Abyssals were all on defense as they stared at Varian, who stood a few hundred meters away. Hearing the captain's question, the ones that experienced the attack paused for a moment before they yelled. Not much. Around level 3, I guess. The Abyssal captain heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like the Mind Awakener is using a treasure to hide themselves. Then he glanced at the location Varian stood a moment ago and sensed the change in wind to his right, 100 meters away. He pushed his legs and bolted to his right. Guard against the Mind Awakener. Focus on taking down Varian at all costs. Boom. The Abyssal captain was just a few meters away from the spot when Varian dyed the air golden with his lightning bolts. Then the space solidified and a few more heads flew out. Even mid-level 5s were slaughtered without a hitch. Arg. The Abyssal captain punched at Varian in rage. Boom. The sheer force behind his punch compressed the wind and blasted it, resulting in shockwaves. Just the shockwaves were enough to kill level 2 awakeners. The generator of the shockwaves, his big fist reached its target location in less than a second and hit empty air. Varian teleported once again. Arg. Son of a bitch. Come at me if you have the balls. The Abyssal captain shouted in rage. However, his eyes were terribly calm. He was trying to provoke Varian. Once he takes his bait, then. I'm saving you up for the last. Varian's voice sounded from a distance and a white light flashed again. This time, the Abyssal captain couldn't even reach the location before his comrades were taken out. He howled in rage and desperation, looking like a man on the verge of insanity. But all of it was a farce for a chance. He just wanted Varian to grow complacent and attack him. Just once. A single chance was enough. Come at me. Shoo. Be silent. There are only 10 left. I'll make this quick. Varian said with a teasing voice and carried out his attacks. The more he advanced in his mind path, the better control he got over himself. So he simply used it to maintain a cool and calm state in the battle. Of course, Varian was still feeling the emotions he always would. Just, their effects on him diminished. So he coolly decided to battle the captain at last. With a clear intent, he continued the battle. This battle was similar to the past. As the number of Abyssals decreased, the Abyssal captain could stick closer to the existing ones. When he was a level 2, he had to exchange a major injury to kill off the people under the strongest Abyssal's protection. But now, Varian squinted his eyes and disappeared. Lightning bolts bombarded the Abyssals, space solidified and finally, their minds stung. Everyone, including the high level 5, was attacked. Since Lightning Bolt was level 4, while Space and Mind attacks were only level 3, neither the captain nor any other Abyssal were particularly injured. However, since the three were focused on stopping the movements of their target, under the superposition, the Abyssals halted for a split second. The Abyssal captain regained his mobility almost instantly, enough to defend himself but too slow to protect his comrades. Thud. 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 Varian danced in the air like he was performing a sword play. Each cut was a piece of art. He struck precisely, ruthlessly, and efficiently. The least amount of force to kill, that was the essence of his sword play. After cleaning up the miscellaneous, Varian pointed at the silent Abyss captain and smiled coolly. The warm-up is complete. Shall we begin? Every soldier had a strict shift, typically around 16 hours of work a day. Any more than that, their efficiency would plummet. However, even working for 16 hours, guarding the borders against a belligerent species was easier said than done. Every day, there would be hundreds of small skirmishes. Most of them were Abyssals trying to sneak in and reach the mobile bases with explosives. Other times, they would be specifically targeting a crucial infrastructure. If it was lost, then they would slowly gain dominance over a small area. If they let it slide, those small areas would add up and they would lose a big chunk of their land. Thus, every soldier on duty had to be highly alert all the time. After the high-stress work, they would do something to chill out. Some called their families regularly. Others enjoyed the recreational facilities in the base. However, most of the non-working 8 hours was spent in meditating. After all, any awakener spent the majority of their time meditating. Since they were enlisted in the army, they received a couple of aura crystals every week. Other than merit, the only way to get more aura crystals was to show progress in the divine path. It could be said that they were living under stress all the time. However, right when the Abyssals launched an all-out attack, alarm bells rang across all the bases. In no time, every soldier in the base, save for the base security, boarded the military vehicles. Their target, situation and objectives were all briefed along the way. The advanced AI of human army, Ares, assigned them with the most efficient mission. The soldiers in the flying truck put their hands on their chest and closed their eyes for a moment. It was a military practice since ancient times. After a moment, the sergeant looked at his squad and raised his fist. For the human race. For the human race. For the human race. Their war cries was soon joined by the military vehicle next to them. Its war cries were joined by the one next to it and the one next to it until soon, the planetoid was covered by the war cry. For the human race. Hearing those words, the soldiers on the front line shook for a moment. Their blood boiled and they found strength from the deepest corners of their being. As a soldier, they were fighting not just for their own lives, but for the lives of their families, their friends, and more importantly, their comrades. Despite their differences and conflicts, everyone in the front lines felt the sameness. They were all humans. Pushing themselves to the limit, they faced the stronger enemy. A few hundred miles behind them, like moths going to the fire, the soldiers rushed to the dangerous front lines. They quickly assembled into design teams, comprising of the already tested and proven combination of awakeners. In a war involving awakeners, unless one was a mind awakener, fortifications were only used for defense. Even elementalists had to enter the battlefield to attack. Go. Rip them to shreds. Protect your comrades. With the reinforcements joining in, the human army gained new vigor. Their morale was raised and things seemed to be going well. Until boom! A level 5 fire awakener Abyssal scorched a squad that just arrived. The squad consisted of only 6 level 4s and 4 level 3s. It was already an elite squad by army standards. But facing them as a level 5. The result went without saying. Insects. Morale won't help. Our absolute strength is much higher than yours. Give up and surrender already. The Abyssals' voice resounded for miles. The human soldiers in the vicinity were taken aback. In every conflict so far, their deployments were matched. So level 5 Abyssals were engaged by level 5 humans. Other than a few rare cases, it was always fighting against ones of the same level. Even though they were informed that there were more level 5s on the front line, the situation still caught them off guard. They couldn't fight across the realm. After all, not everyone was a genius. Heck! As the levels rose, even geniuses found it hard to attack a higher sub-level, much less fighting a higher level. This scene repeated across the planetoid. Even if Abyssals had one extra level 5 for every 10 human level 5s, the total number of extras would still be astronomical. Thus, it was only a matter of time before they lost. However, there were always people that refused to give up. The hope in their hearts could not be extinguished. Fight! Reinforcements are on the way. The space patrol will reach us in a few minutes. Just hold on. As quick as it came, the gloomy atmosphere on the human side faded. Instead, the morale surged further. I never fought a level 5. If I, a level 4 body awakener, can bring down a level 5, even if I die, I have no regrets. Yes. My son would be proud. Haha. Let's show them what we are made of. All they had to do was stall and they would win this conflict. Knowing their lives, or deaths, were going to make a difference, they went beyond their limits and clashed with the Abyssals. Why, you insects! The level 5 Abyssals were enraged. With every attack, a couple of humans would die. But before they died, they would leave behind an attack. Most of them were minor injuries. But some were serious injuries at the price of their life. To the utter shock of the Abyssals, a couple of level 5 Abyssals were killed. Pests! The battle intensified. The Abyssals focused their defense and didn't allow themselves to get injured again. The human morale was hit. Despite their bravery, after all, they were only level 4. Out of all the extra level 5s, only a few were killed. Their sacrifices couldn't reverse the tide. A few minutes passed as tens of thousands of human lives were lost. The space patrol should have already noticed their situation and sent reinforcements. Sending a level 7 was too much. Just a couple of level 6s could solve the situation. But don't look at the sky in the middle of the battle, you moron. A level 5 Abyssal swung his saber. Shwa! Like a broken package, the human in front of him was sliced open, spilling the innards. There is no help coming. Your space patrol doesn't even know the situation here. The level 5 announced as the Abyssals behind cackled with delight. Every soldier suddenly felt a chill down their spine. If the reinforcements didn't arrive in time, Abyssals would occupy the entire planetoid. Then, even if they sent level 7s, Abyssals would simply match their deployment. Unless they were willing to pay a heavy price, they would not be able to take this planetoid. And the price, it would be far more worth than this planetoid. At the same time, the voice of the Supreme Commander of the planetoid sounded across the front lines. Haha. You are too weak. And you thought you can compete with us, the ancient Abyssals? You are destined to lose. Tell you what, Pluto is just the beginning. We slaughtered the 1 billion back then. Most of them were civilians. Perhaps you know some of them? I mean, you have that red Pluto Day, don't you? You'll soon have Rena Day. Enjoy. Those words stung deeply in the psyche of every human. Especially the ones that lost someone in Pluto. Arg. Kill. Even if I die, I'll kill too. When the last of their hopes were crushed, the soldiers didn't cower in fear. They had seen too many deaths. Even in their own base, they would spot a few soldiers missing every week. The ones they were laughing with and had meals together were reportedly dead during their duty. Thus, they weren't scared. But instead, their eyes reddened. Even though they knew they would likely die, when really faced with the certainty of death, their lives flashed in front of their eyes. If they were to fall here, then so be it. But before they do, they would make sure that the Abyssals paid a painful price. Die. Kill. Slowly, the carefully maintained team formations were broken. Despite their professionalism, they were letting their emotions take over. Their actions turned suicidal and their plans became reckless. Even for Abyssals, it was a difficult thing to push humans to such a degree. But the right combination of circumstance, words and speaker did the job. The Supreme Commander of the Abyssals, peak level 6, smiled calmly. When your enemy loses their rational judgment, victory is set in stone. Ice arrows. Ice shields. Ice spears. After every couple of seconds, a blurry silhouette would be blasted away, revealing itself to be either an Abyssal or an Aster clan member. There were more than 7 corpses on the ground. 2 of them emitted the aura of level 6 whilst the rest were of level 5. As the silhouettes left behind their after images and clashed, ground caved in and shockwaves swept in all directions. Due to the shockwaves, the gravel shot out at an insane speed. The sheer force in those little rocks was enough to kill any low-level awakeners in the vicinity. Fortunately or unfortunately, there were none. In fact, the location of the fight was very far from the front lines, as if specifically done to prevent any interference. After another clash, the silhouette stopped. On one side was a girl in the camouflage. Her blonde hair was tied up and her blue eyes glared at her enemies with endless rage. Even though she froze them already, there were several deep wounds on her body. Her enemies weren't better. Standing on the opposite were 2 Abyssals and 2 humans. Behind them were 5 Abyssals and humans each. The 10 standing behind were all peak of level 5. The 4 in the front were all level 6. 2 mid-level 6 and 2 low-level 6. It might have looked like an easy 1 versus 12. But their supremacy in numbers did not give them supremacy in the fight. Almost all peak level 5s had a serious injury. The low-level 6s had several cuts on their bodies. Only the 2 mid-level 6s looked uninjured. But they had serious internal injuries. The leading Abyssal spoke in a tone of admiration and hatred. To think you even these numbers weren't enough. Sarah tapped on her comm frantically while she answered. You would need at least a high level 6 to take me down. The Abyssal Duke shook his head. It's a pity, that was the original plan. Sarah was curious on what caused changes, but the Abyssal didn't intend to elaborate further. Sarah's gaze turned to the Aster clan members. Even though she loathed each of them to the bones, the situation called for it. You guys are used by the Abyssals to bring us down. Even if the Abyssals win in the end, you'd only be slaughtered. She said, but the Aster clan member still looked unperturbed. She gritted her teeth and roared. When these people started to kill every human on Pluto, do you think no one in Pluto would have agreed to join them if they are spared? But these beasts didn't leave behind a single soul. They don't see humans as equals. You will all die. The Aster clan members flinched. Even though they tried their best to hide it, they secretly glanced at the Abyssals with doubt. Sarah knew her words weren't enough to instigate discord, but that was her intention anyway. While keeping a close watch on her, the leading Abyssal turned to the Aster clan members. Don't listen to her words. You know how deep our cooperation is. Even if Enigma targeted you, Sarah ignored them and tapped. No, she literally banged her comm. Every single cadet who entered the battle had special comms. They could talk telepathically since it was easier than physically talking. Even Varian received one such comm, of course, he was still unaccustomed to it. But she was sending him messages since a few minutes. He must answer at least once, so why? Why did he not respond? From the moment they landed and temporarily ceased fighting, Sarah was mentally yelling into the comm, Varian, where the heck are you? Answer me. Give your coordinates. You idiot. Don't scare me. Despite the barrage of messages, she received no response. In fact, he was in touch with all the time until 8 minutes ago. He first distanced himself after the first attack. After she finished the Abyssal, she heard him say that he was going to check on the battlefield. Later, he said he was going to check out the Aster clan members. Oh, and in the middle, she said she could contact him if she was in a predicament. Then there was no response from his side. He must have been ambushed. Like they all were. But she could still contact William, Dhruv and Mia. They were engaged in the fight and couldn't solve it anytime soon. But she was at least able to confirm that they were safe. Varian, it was as if he vanished into thin air. After trying again, Sarah gave up on contacting him. Instead, she turned to Anna. The best way to ensure his safety would be to let her interfere. Of course, the price paid would be far too costly. A level 8 approaching the planetoid couldn't be hidden. This would result in the Abyssals sending a level 8 themselves. The scale of conflict would skyrocket. All the responsibility would fall over her. Her father, the Dean, would only punish her more severely. But Sarah didn't even think about her punishments. She just wanted to ensure his safety. Aunt Anna, please check on Varian. Sarah said into the calm Aunt Anna. It's a life and death issue. Even after a few seconds, there was no response. Sarah's heart sank. They must have blocked the planetoid's communication system. I don't know for how long, but even then I can contact others. Only him, did he? Sarah pushed back the dangerous thought in her head. He must be busy. Yes. Just busy. Sarah tried to convince herself. So busy that he can't even reply mentally? The devil in her head didn't give up. It whispered her darkest fears with the sweetest voice. He's new to this feature. That's why. Sarah kept an eye on her enemies in front. They were recovering and secretly re-strategizing. They would attack her soon. Keep telling yourself that. He just needs to say I'm alive mentally. Anyone can do that. Even during a fight. Sarah clenched her fist so hard that her knuckles turned white. The Abyssals and Aster clan misunderstood it as a sign that she was about to attack. So they attacked first. Boom! Sarah dodged the lightning spear that shot down the mountain behind her to pieces. She covered herself with water armor and took a deep breath. Her killing intent exploded. Gotcha! The next moment, Sarah dodged the attacks of others and crushed a level 5. The leading Abyssals gritted his teeth. Her speed was reaching high level 6. The original plan had deviated too much. In fact, the plan was to ambush her with a high level 6. But there was a bastard called Charles Xander. His strength reached the peak of level 6. Despite sending 2 peak level 6 and 3 high level SXS for him exclusively, they were no match. One of the peak level 6 personally begged for help. Thus, the assassination teams down below had to send out the strongest people. After all, what use was sending peak level 5s to him? Charles could kill 1 level 5 and 10 level 5s all the same. So 1 peak level 6 and high level 6 of William, 1 high level 6 assigned to Sarah were gone. This created a shortage. Thus, some level 5 targets that were supposed to get a level 6 assassin had it easier. In the original plan, all the cadets would be killed in 5 minutes. But now, they might as well survive until the reinforcements arrived. But they had no choice. If they didn't send support, Charles Xander would kill level SXS he was facing. Then, he would go on rescuing others. He wouldn't do it for the sake of charity, but for his own prestige and merit. He could just save William. William would then save Sarah. Then the 3 of them could free up everyone. Then, Charles could just go to the Supreme Commander on the Abyssal side and kill him off. Charles, William, Sarah and Dhruv, these 4 level SXS were enough to reverse the tide of the war. That was why, the current situation. With the talent shown, Charles was worth sacrificing everything for. Oh, and there was another level 5 awakener personally ordered by the Demon King. They even used a very precious barrier to ensure his death. Those bastards got such an easy task. Hunting a newbie level 5 with so many people. TSK. Since Demon King said it himself, the reward will be generous. If I wasn't worrying about mission's failure due to this monster Charles, even I would try to hunt that newbie. The leading Abyssal's thoughts were also a jumble of mess. He didn't have much time for further thinking as Sarah went all out. This time, she didn't even bat an eyelid as she downed precious healing potions and exchanged an injury for injury. Thud, thud, her combat style changed. Until now, it was aggressive. Now, it was turning, desperate. Each of her attack went for the kill despite the risk it posed to her. Before he knew it, the leading Abyssal found his sword piercing Sarah's abdomen. But before he could rejoice, he saw a headless body upside down. He recognized it. It was his own. Guy. Sarah was bleeding all over with light and heavy injuries. But she managed to kill one more enemy, leaving only one standing. The healing potion did its work and prevented her from collapsing. Any level 6 awakener would be a goner with so many injuries. Sarah gritted her teeth and faced the last enemy. A lanky woman. High level 6. Aster clan. The leader of their group. Sarah dropped her sword, startling the other woman. My words still count. Sarah said, looking at the green-eyed woman in the eye. If you help Abyssals, you die. She said with a grave tone. The woman spoke for the first time in a grievous tone. I know. But if I don't help them, where do I go? Federation is already hunting us down like we're some rats. If I kill you, maybe they'll let me live? Sarah's face showed a tangled face before she sighed. You must have seen me tapping my comm and being distracted in the battle, didn't you? Huh? The Aster's woman was caught off guard by the sudden question. But she nodded with a strange gaze and said. You are trying to ask for help, didn't you? Too bad, the Abyssals blocked off all communication out of the planetoid. That's not the main thing. Sarah shook her head, surprising the woman once again. Then? I'm trying to contact someone. You should know his name. Sarah's face was tangled before she sighed. I can stop the Federation from hunting you. You must know my background. I have the power to do it. But you need to promise me one thing. The lanky woman's eyes lit up. Sarah's words from earlier still reverberated in her mind. Abyssals indeed would not let a single human go. They didn't treat humans as equals but rather as insects. To them, humans who betray their own kind were inferior than insects. Though if all the Aster clan members went to the abyss intact, they'd be able to gain a foothold thanks to their strength. But who knew that once they landed on this planetoid, these cadets started hunting for them? According to Abyssals, they only needed to land here and sneak to their side before being taken to the abyss. But after landing, the plans changed. Abyssals demanded them to cooperate in the assassination plans. Despite knowing the danger, they had no choice. So if she really did get a choice now, the woman was willing to stake everything on it. Even now, she would rather believe a human would let a human go than an Abyssal letting off a human. But how do I trust you? She still maintained a wary gaze. Even though the current Sarah was injured and likely weaker than her, killing her was already not an option. Sarah could simply escape, and as an Earth Awakener, she would not be able to stop her. That was why she was willing to talk. You can trust me fully because... Sarah paused, causing the woman to perk her ears and lean forward subconsciously. She wanted to trust Sarah fully. It was for the best. She only needed a reason to convince herself. So she focused on Sarah's next words. Schwa. Before she could react, an ice needle punctured her throat and pierced her brain. Thud. Sarah shook her head at the bleeding corpse with a cold expression. Never let your guard down. Then her expression changed into panic and she spoke into the calm, Varian. Answer me. Are you all right? With each question, her voice trembled and the cold expression on her face melted. Sarah felt something well up in her chest. Regret? Sadness? I beg you. Please say something. The reply to her plea was merciless silence. Sarah felt her chest turn heavy. She shook her head and pushed back whatever feeling that was welling up inside her. If you're in the middle of a battle, just think, yes. I will hear you. Sarah said, but soon, her shoulders dropped at the silence. Her injuries were beginning to heal, but the pain she was feeling was increasing. The time they with him after he returned alive flashed in front of her. She was so happy when he returned. Then he gave her a surprise, becoming the disciple of her father. His honor ranking shocked her. But the two strongest memories had nothing related to his power or achievements. The second was her vowing to beat Varian. But she didn't use much strength in fear of hurting him. She did want to beat him up, but at the same time, didn't want to see him hurt. Varian actually played along and acted like she was really beating him. A smile surfaced on Sarah's pale face as she recalled his acting. The strongest memory of him was their lunch together. It was the first time she saw him cry. When he embraced her, she felt it. He was deeply hurt. He was missing someone. Perhaps his mother, like herself. She blamed herself for hurting him. She wanted to tell him that she could understand the pain. It was all right to cry. But they didn't talk much after that day. It was mainly her trying to avoid him. Still keeping that day in mind, she agreed to let him join the mission. I'm stupid. I should have never agreed to let him in, even if that led to him hating me. Now, I'm putting him in danger. Sarah bit her lip as she stared at her unresponsive calm. If he was in danger, he should have contacted her for help. If he was not, then why was he not responding at all? Sarah felt a lump in her throat. Her vision turned blurry before she knew it, and she yelled into the calm with red eyes. Junior Varian. If you don't report, I'll publish your tomb's secret to everyone. Her voice reverberated across the mountains and echoed in the valleys. As she waited and waited, the echoes died down. Thud. Sarah collapsed onto her knees, and the tears dripping down her cheeks turned into snowflakes. As her heart was about to turn cold, a familiar voice said in a grumpy tone. Sarah, I told you what's written on the tomb is fake, didn't I? Varian, as a low-level 5 enhanced, found this gap manageable. But the real trouble dealing with a controller was their ability to increase one stat. Once this Abyssal used it on any stat, it would reach peak of level 5. Varian learnt the challenges of fighting a controller in the battle right after his first move. He teleported to the left of the Abyssal and covered his arm with lightning. Not holding back an ounce of strength, he punched at the Abyssal's chest. At the same time, he blocked out the space surrounding the Abyssal while tampering the Abyssal's brain using his mind power. Varian used 4 of his 5 divine paths. Morpher Path wasn't going to do any substantial change, so he left it out. With this combination, a normal mid-level 5 would have halted for a moment and Varian would have used the opportunity to one-shot him. But crack! Gah! The high level 5 Abyssal first increased his strength. It rose to peak level 5. Without any delay, he broke the space block. The next moment, he increased his speed. His attack power fell back to just above mid-level 5 and his speed reached the peak of level 5. Whoosh! His reaction speed, several notches above Varian, gave him an edge as he easily dodged Varian's punch while he kicked at Varian's temple. Damn it! There was almost no time to teleport. Varian wrapped himself in space armor and lightning barrier as he raised his arms in defense. Zap! Gotcha! The lightning barrier only lightly affected the Abyssal as he broke it into pieces. His kick soon reached Varian's space armor. Space armor was a thinly wrapped space around Varian's body. Basically, binding the space around him to use it for defensive and offensive purposes. Despite its thinness, it could withstand even the blows of peak level 3. But level 5 and level 3 were miles away. So, having a space armor made no difference. Varian felt a huge impact on his arms as he teleported out the last moment. Ha! Ha! Appearing a few hundred meters away, he downed a healing potion and shook his head regretfully. Controllers were really a pain to fight with. They'd increase their defense when you attacked them, raise their attack when they attacked you, spike their speed when they wanted to run or chase you. The current Varian would be better off fighting almost any other Awakener than a controller. If he awakened in a suitable divine path, things might change. Controllers had the benefit of one higher stat, but it was evened out by other lower stats. But for Varian, even the lower stats of his opponent were higher than his. In a sense, the controller was fighting under favorable conditions. The best way to deal with a stronger controller was to fight with a group. If a controller fought a group, their advantages would be restricted. For instance, when a controller increases their strength to attack their target, other members could attack the controller then. The controller would only have their base defense and hence take more damage. Of course, at the same level, no divine path had an edge. In general, no divine path was more stronger than the other. It just depended on the circumstances. The burning pain in his arm bones made it clear to Varian that he was under unfavorable circumstance. Triple Awakener, oh Triple Awakener. The high level 5 Abyssal raised his speed and dashed in front of Varian in the blink of an eye. Varian didn't attack this time and simply teleported away. Humph. The Abyssal was pissed. He already determined Varian's space path level, peak of level 3. So seeing his enemy use a mere level 3 teleportation to dodge his attacks, he felt humiliated. In fact, if it was just a level 3 Space Awakener, they would not be able to respond in time to his attack. They would just teleport to some place and before they could even think, his fist would crash their face and blow their skull. The speed of a level 5 was no joke. But this guy... Boom! Come out and fight. The Abyssal roared as his fist passed through empty air. Varian disappeared once again. Boom! He tried to attack Varian, but this time too, he simply teleported. All he got was empty air. Don't dodge, human. Fight me. Why you are being such a pussy? The Abyssal couldn't help but curse in annoyance. No. I am being a dick. Varian answered with a nonchalant expression. Arg. Yes you are. The Abyssal was further enraged and he kept lunging at Varian even as his every punch and kick continued to miss. Varian looked at the Abyssal and shook his head. Drop the act. You are not crazy. If anything, you're very clear-headed. The Abyssal suddenly paused his attack and looked at Varian with wide eyes. Varian shrugged. I can't break the barrier's defense, but due to the lack of energy supply, it is going to fade away in 2.5 minutes. Veins popped up on the Abyssal's forehead and he dashed at Varian once again. No. You don't know anything. The Abyssal increased his attack and his fist was just a few inches away from Varian's head. Whoosh. Varian appeared in another location and sighed. If a level 5 Body Awakener and a level 3 Space Awakener are trapped in this barrier, all you need to do is try to chase them. Because of the lower level, the Space Awakener would soon be drained of space power. Then you can easily kill the Space Awakener. But look at how desperate you are. Even though you know you couldn't, you really want the reward for killing me, don't you? The Abyssal paused and glared at Varian. All his previous rage was gone, leaving behind only cold indifference. He squinted at Varian and sneered. So what? Even if I can't kill you, I'll report your powers once the barrier opens. You just wish you were dead. Heh. Some nice wish you have, I must say. Varian's lips curled up in amusement. Despite being in a weaker position so far, he didn't seem bothered. Instead, he was enjoying the show. The Abyssal felt Varian was expressing the same emotion he had for every human. Contempt. How dare he? I'll chop him to pieces. The Abyssal almost wanted to start a chasing spree once again. But as the kind of person he was, he didn't lose his cool and hummed. I can't kill you. But you can't kill me either. Whether you believe it or not, in less than a minute, you'll be surrounded by Abyss Dukes. That was of course a bluff. But winning the enemy psychologically was never unwelcome. I can't kill you? Varian repeated and raised an eyebrow. Who decided that? With those words, he snapped his fingers. A mysterious red jacket enveloped him. It had a skull and 2 bones printed. More importantly, right after it appeared, the space suddenly fluctuated. The Abyssal felt the space around him go wild. Sometimes, it turned solid, needing incredible amounts of energy for the slightest of movements. The others, it turned fluid, and even if he moved slowly, his speed would be much higher than intended. The worst thing was that he felt space shake like it was about to burst. It was similar to Space Bomb, an ability level 5 Space Awakeners unlocked that allowed them to blast space open. But this one was much, much lethal. Perhaps even a high Awakener wouldn't survive this blast. Gulp. The Abyssal realized something and looked at Varian with wide eyes. Why, you madman? To kill me, you even want to go as far as suicide? Despite realizing his imminent death, the Abyssal didn't waver. Instead, he even stepped forward and raised his arms. Come. Let's die together. I will be an honored martyr. In his life, the best he could reach was level 6. So if he managed to end the life of a genius that could reach level 9, what could be better than it? A/N, yay! 200 chapters. Thank you everyone for your support. Please leave a review and share your thoughts on the novel so far. If you like or dislike anything, please be specific, I'll try my best to work on it. Laughing face. If I wear this and go out, I'll be branded as terrorist. No doubt. Varian sighed. With a mental cue, the fluctuations of space began to decrease until they fell into a controlled range. Varian looked at the Abyssal that put on a glorious and even pious face with hatred. Even though he was controlling his emotions using the mind path, this guy's words were over the top. Since he got the suicide jacket, Varian had a few nightmares where he actually decided to use it. From then, he didn't look at it except for practice. Moron. Varian spat and felt the fluctuating space around him. Space Path Level 3, 400/400, when he was on the battlefield, he faced the attacks of many Space Awakeners. Teleportation. Space blocks. Space armors. Even space blasts. As his space power clashed with hundreds of level 4s, and a few level 5s, he had a clear idea on how to proceed. The first ability a Space Awakener got was Space Binding, solidifying the space. Entering the mid-level, the ability was the opposite. Space Unbinding, weakening the space. Varian followed the patterns formed by the presence of Suicide Jacket and observed them carefully. Bind. Unbind. Solidify. Weaken. Then, click. The Abyssal was still waiting to die together with his arms open. But what presented in front of him was a spectacular sight. Varian's space power increased multi-fold and in a few seconds, stabilized at level 4. Space Path Level 4, 0/1000. The Abyssal was dumbstruck. All he could do was gape foolishly at the sight that broke his worldview. Any advancement, especially the ones from mid-levels, took time. Since it was still only from level 3 to level 4, the time would be relatively less. However, after advancing, one also needed to fill up their aura reserves and stabilize the level. Even the best genius would take a few hours for the whole process. Even the best genius least 10 minutes for advancing from level 3 to level 4. But. Why, you monster? Those were the only words the Abyssal could utter. The shock he received was far too deep. What everyone and everything believed to be true was broken by this young man. Thus, even him who remained calm all the time couldn't help but tremble. What the hell is happening? Is he hiding his aura or what? No. I clearly sensed him advancing from level 3 to level 4. But no one can do that in a few seconds. This is the fundamental truth of the divine paths W8. The Abyssal's eyes widened and he looked at Varian with a hint of suspicion and fear. Are you also the Mind Awakener? Since Varian already showed 3 paths, even a senile man wouldn't ask such question. 4th divine path? TSK. Who was he kidding? It was common sense that 3 divine paths were the limit. But this guy, he just broke the very common sense. Varian didn't deny and lightly nodded. Yep. That's me. Wahahaha. The Abyssal started laughing hysterically. His shoulders trembled and he clenched his fist trying to rein in his laughter. Why yes. Once I show this to His Majesty, this absolute miracle that no one in the history ever witnessed, I will be on par with Ancestor Last Light. The Abyssal's calm eyes turned fanatical. He looked at Varian like he was the most precious thing and said with a crazed smile. I won't kill you. You are far too valuable. I'll just slice off you limbs. If we decipher your secret, then, ha 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 ha. Fairies. Zions. We, Abyssals, can trample them all. He shot at Varian in the next instant. There were only 2 minutes before the barrier dissipated. He couldn't risk letting Varian escape. Surrender yourself. He growled as he pushed his body to the limit. Facing this desperate enemy, Varian didn't use teleportation, but instead used unbinding on the space around. Ripple. It was a weird sensation. Varian just took a step forward and he appeared at his destination in an instant. It was not teleportation, but just high speed. In the weakened space, his speed rose. Boom! The Abyssal's punch reached him. Varian covered himself with the space armor and lightning barrier while raising his arms in defense once again. Gotcha! This time, the punch only pushed him back. The Abyssal didn't give up and was about to raise his arm back to assume a punching posture. Varian used the space unbinding on his arm. Shwa! The speed at which the Abyssal pulled back his arm rose. Due to the high speed, he nearly flung his arm back. Gotcha! Quickly, the space unbinding was nullified. However, the Abyssal lost the chance to follow-up attack. Varian nodded with satisfaction. Unbinding didn't work much on stronger opponents. They would quickly grasp the degree of space weakening and adjust their speed. But even then, they would be affected. Once the opponent used enough strength, however, the unbound space would quickly return to normal. After all, space had a natural tendency to return to normalcy. Despite all that, space unbinding was a powerful ability. He had to familiarize himself with it. There's still 1 minute left. Varian said and teleported. As he reached level 4 in Space Path, his space sense extended, his teleportation distance rose to a mile. Varian quickly appeared in front of the Abyssal and clenched his fist. Waiku! The Abyssal felt the space around his limbs turn solid. It was much sturdier than the previous times. However, the space block was done with level 4 space abilities. It was well in his capacity to break. Zap! Zap! Right then, he was bombarded by the lightning arcs. The Abyssal ignored them and forcefully broke through the space. It felt like he was moving his arm in mud. He had to exert much more force to just move. Then his mind stung lightly. He ignored it and was about to raise his arms to guard against the attack. But, shwa! The wind whistled as a sharp blade cut open a neck. The Abyssal's eyesight blurred and he collapsed onto the ground in the next moment. Cake off. Glar. He clutched his neck to stop the blood gushing out. To no avail. Like a dam broken, green blood spilled the ground, turning into a puddle. 3 seconds remaining. Varian said abruptly. They both knew which 3 seconds. 3 seconds until the barrier dissipated. The Abyssal tried to hold his breath. He needed to send the message at any cost. Just one message. 2 seconds. Varian's voice turned colder. The Abyssal kept his eyes on a mark on his tattoo even as darkness began to consume him. 1 second. Varian clenched his fist. Plop, the Abyssal collapsed. The barrier dissipated and Varian's comm buzzed with messages. Ignoring the barrage of his comm, Varian took a deep breath. He had seen the desperation on that face. Even in the face of death, the resolve didn't waver. But what use was resolve if there wasn't enough strength to back it up? He sighed deeply. I knew it. If I joined anything, it wouldn't be normal. Varian teleported to the front lines with a complicated mood. Varian's gaze rested on the human soldiers for a moment before he looked at the sky. Just how many people died? System, am I responsible for their death? What if you are? What if you aren't? Would you have cancelled the mission if you knew about these deaths? Varian thought for a moment before he shook his head resolutely. No. Not after I saw the guy in the lost dungeon. He is much stronger than the Abyss Kings. Boo also said he was in celestial rank. His breath turned heavy as he recalled the horror of that figure. Varian used to believe Abyssal rulers, Abyssal kings and queens were the ultimate challenges to peace. If he became a sovereign, then everything would be solved. But with that Abyssal's existence, their plans were futile. His strength was too high. Even a sovereign was no match for him. Varian had the resolve to bring peace. But if it was not backed by the strength, it would merely be a wish. Even if I have to sacrifice more lives, I will. Deaths of some or extinction of an entire race, I know how to choose. The system fell silent for a while before it answered. No, host. This was going to happen regardless. You just happened to join. Varian nodded lightly and ended the dialogue. Boo, take me to Sarah. The next moment, he disappeared and Ghost Ship flew straight into the air in its invisible mode. Varian relaxed, sat in the cabin and asked. Give me the visuals on the cadets. Yes, Master. Soon, Varian saw the battles of all cadets. The one that impressed him the most was Charles. Charles is transformed into a demi-wolf. Varian recognized it to be a wolf from old Earth's mythology. In that form, Charles had almost no weakness. He alone was fighting off against 4 peak level 6, 10 high level 6 and many others. Despite their numbers, Charles was pushing them back. Fenrir, the wolf, huh? Varian clasped his hands and rested his chin on them. Once he reaches level 7 and can transform into it fully, his power would take a leap. Some entities were indeed too powerful. Narcis's transformation was not so strong, but Charles was in another league altogether. This is for later. Varian shook his head and checked out others. Williamson was doing fine. It looked like he'd take them down in a couple of minutes. Sarah was fighting against a bunch of high-level SXS and around a dozen level 5s. Varian was relieved at her safety and turned off the comm. Boo, can you disable the jammer? He tapped the armrest of his chair and asked with a frown. The extra level 5s were too many. Even if Charles and others wanted to help, they would already be tired from battling assassins. Not everyone was like Varian. He spent most of his space power dodging the Abyssal. But when he advanced to level 4, his space power was replenished to the brim. Varian's thoughts spun as he realized something. The demon Abyss must have splurged astronomical resources to push so many Abyssals to the next level. The result was these extra level 5s and level SXS. Perhaps some of them were transferred from other planetoids, but majority of them were stationed on this planetoid. So all along, Abyssals were planning this. They knew the Academy's plan to send the cadets to intercept the Asters and counterplanned. The resources spent on forcibly advancing so many Abyssals might exceed the importance of the planetoid itself. So there was no chance they were going to let this mission fail. Gulp. Varian patted his chest and muttered. I hope I'm not overthinking things. But the incentive was too high. This planetoid held the brightest geniuses of Earth. There was also a cadet that was destined to be a sovereign, Charles Xander. The others would likely reach level 9 and become pillars of humanity. Such a nice chance. Boo, can you crack the jammer a bit? Just for one person? Varian asked as he sweated profusely. His comm was buzzing, but he didn't care. If the Abyssals were really bent on taking down these geniuses. Master, you can send a message to your contacts. If you give me 30 minutes, I can open full communication chan. No, it's good. Open Master's profile. Varian said anxiously. His comm was shining as it vibrated continuously. He glanced at it irritatedly. It was Sarah. He frowned and was about to, Master, the contact is open. Boo said, and a complicated panel appeared in front of him. Varian took a deep breath and said. Master, emergency. All of us are trapped. There is a jammer blocking off our signals and sending fake signals. I'm using a secret method. Right now, the situation is still stable. But the stronger Abyssals will soon learn of the situation here. If they make the first move, we're good as dead. Send someone really strong. If you don't want the hope of humanity to die, send someone really strong. Actually, come by yourself. After speaking, Varian clutched his forehead. Boo, on the other hand, was bewildered. Master, isn't asking a level 9 to come in person too much? Too much. Varian rolled his eyes. These people are literally the future of Earth. At least Charles, and there's also Sarah. There's also me. 2 potential sovereigns. The Abyssals are crazy enough to send their Emperor's clone to fetch you. Why can't they a High Awakener to kill us all? Usually, the villains in novel don't do that. Boo scratched its white head. They should wait until you guys grow up before they challenge you. Duh. Varian face-bombed. If I was the Demon King, I'd at least assassinate Charles. Varian ignored Boo's silence as he finally got the time to check his comm. Except for a few contacts, he put all others on silence. Boo would inform him if they're in danger. It didn't. So who the heck was contacting him anyway? Varian opened his comm and saw it was Sarah. What happened to her? The long list of messages worried him, prompting him to order Boo. Open the surveillance on Sarah. The holograph popped up and Varian froze for a moment. Sarah was injured all over. Her beautiful blonde hair was stained with blood as she knelt on the ground. Her lips opened as if she wanted to say something before they closed. Slowly, tears dripped down her cheeks and turned into snowflakes. Varian found himself in a daze before he heard her yell in his comm, Junior Varian. If you don't report, I'll publish your tomb's secret to everyone. He was snapped out of his stupor by her words. Before he could reply, the scene around her captured his attention. Boo quickly filled in the information about her actions in the past 5 minutes. Varian also checked his comm and saw every single message was asking about him. Why? We barely knew each other since a month. Most of the time, I was in the Lost Dungeon. Varian's thoughts spiraled. His face showed a mix of emotions, but he maintained his normal voice and replied in a grumpy tone. Sarah, I told you what's written on the tomb is fake, didn't I? A/N, yay. 200 chapters. Thank you everyone for your support. Please leave a review and share your thoughts on the story so far. If you like or dislike anything, please be specific, I'll try my best to work on it. Laughing face. A water sphere enveloped Sarah and cleaned off the green bloodstains on her body. More importantly, it cleaned off the tear traces on her face. Sarah's ears perked up and she caught the sound of footsteps a few miles away. She kicked the ground and dashed into the distance. The familiar figure stood in front of her. He had no injuries on his body and looked perfectly fine. Sarah heaved a sigh inwardly before she glared at him. You better give me a good reason or you know what will happen. Even though knowing that she meant no harm, Varian felt her expression was a bit scary. Her usual smiling expression had turned completely cold and she looked at him with indifference. Varian sighed and explained the matter to her. Even though revealing his true combat to her was dangerous, after seeing her earlier, he felt like he could trust her. Sarah's gaze relaxed, but soon her brows knit together. He knew that she was trying to understand why the Demon King himself wanted Varian dead. After a while, Sarah shook her head and looked at him still with that unfamiliar, cold gaze. "Until we can ensure you some safety, you're not going on any mission, am I clear?" she said coldly. But Varian naturally wanted to refute. "Am I clear, Junior Cadet?" She raised her voice up a notch as she stood with her hands folded behind her back. Varian didn't answer and looked at her cold expression. Had he not seen her reaction a few minutes ago, he'd have thought she was only angry. But he knew better. She was just worried. With worry came her anger. Through his space sense, he could even see she was clenching her fists behind her back. "So you're blaming yourself for what happened to me?" Varian fell silent. After the lunch of that day when he broke down, Sarah's behavior slightly changed. She was careful with the words she picked. She tried to remain as cheerful as possible. But she was worried. She thought she was responsible for his breakdown that day. Even now, she must also be blaming herself for allowing him into the mission despite the power to stop him. There is no such thing as safety in the world we live in. "I am going to take the missions, whatever the danger." He expressed his stance and tried to reason. "Big mistake." In the end, he added, "I'm sorry for worrying you." "No." Sarah's figure trembled as she looked at his calm expression. "You don't look sorry at all." Why was it always her that was reacting like this? Even when he woke up in the hospital, she was the one getting emotional. His response was fairly calm. In normal times, she could still comprehend his reactions. But now, why is he so indifferent? Despite knowing that the Demon King himself was targeting him, he was still insisting on going to missions. With his talents and status, he could just practice indoors and still maintain a high progress rate. "Fine. If you want to die, then die. Who am I to stop you?" Sarah showed rage towards him for the first time and dashed away. Varian looked at her receding figure and sighed. "Master, why are you pissing her off?" Boo asked in confusion. As far as it was concerned, Varian had plenty of options to deal with the situation. But he chose the most destructive route. "She's just not listening." "I won't be in danger," Varian said weakly. He had Boo, and even in case he was targeted by a High Awakener, there was an option to teleport out. "She doesn't know I exist. To me, it looks you just want to distance yourself from her," Boo replied as it cocked its head. Varian gritted his teeth. Boo was right. He didn't want her to be worrying about him. In fact, their relationship was slowly growing closer. Given how things were going, one day, she might become extremely important. With how things went with his mother and Sia, Varian didn't want another tragedy in his life. So he wanted to push her away. But was his choice correct? By pushing the ones you care about far away because you want them to be fine? Wouldn't that hurt them more? What's more, the world could very well end if the Abyss Emperor decided to intervene. So despite Varian's resolve to grow strong enough to defeat Abyss Emperor, he had almost no control over how much time he had until the other party arrives. Heck, it could even happen this very second. If the world was going to end any moment, then he might as well not hurt the people he cared about. Varian peered his eyes and looked into the distance. Her back was about to fade away from his vision. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Wait!" and teleported towards her. Sarah increased her speed instead. She was really angry by his response. Varian tried to catch up using his body and space powers. However, a blue light covered Sarah's body and her speed rose beyond his reach. In the background, Boo controlled the surveillance of the region and blocked off the scenes with Varian's teleportation. As he continued to chase her, the distance between them only increased. Soon, he could no longer see her back. Ha! Ha! Varian bent down and clutched his knees. Running at his highest speed was exhausting. As he tried to catch his breath, Boo spoke. Don't the characters in movies usually catch up in the chase and talk out things? Why did you miss, Master? Is this universe's way of telling you to give up? After all, she didn't even stop once to glance back. Varian cursed between his rapid breaths. That's moronic. If I can't chase her by my divine path powers, I'll chase her on a spaceship. Boo, let's go. The ghost ship shot into the air and in a second caught up with Sarah. This is not cinematic at all. No protagonist would use a spaceship. Master, this is not what happens in the dramas. The misunderstandings should go on for at least 100 episodes or 6 months' time. Stop watching those weird shows. Varian cursed and jumped from the ghost ship, appearing in front of Sarah. She was shocked to see someone just appear in front of her and instinctively punched out. Only at the final moment did she recognize the person and forcefully shifted her punch. What is it? Sarah endured the discomfort caused by forced change of her attack and asked coolly. Varian took a deep breath and said. You know one of my secrets. I am a space awakener. Sarah's gaze chilled. You don't have to worry. I won't reveal that to anyone. Inwardly, she felt that something broke. Did he see her as that kind of person? A distrustful woman? Was that her impression on him? Why? Why was this hurting so much? It was like someone was prickling her with needles. Varian felt the air turn cold. Despite her best efforts, Sarah's figure was trembling. Did she misunderstand something again? He face-bombed inwardly. You have my promise. I hope we cannot see each other again. Sarah said and was about to leave. Are you not going to ask how I suddenly appeared here? He appeared in front of her and said again. That's your secret. I don't care. If you're worrying, I am not going to tell others. So get out. She replied with increasing coldness in her voice. She felt like he was asking her to not reveal his secrets. It was insulting. Varian appeared in front of her again. This time, Sarah's anger shot through the roof. Varian said before she could blast him away. Then no one more secret. He caught her hands suddenly and before she could yank him off, they appeared in a blue cabin. Sarah was taken aback as she stared at the huge space. She could see almost 5 miles inside and it was not even ending. The ceiling itself was a few miles above. Where am I? She asked in surprise. Even though she didn't know what it was, she already knew she stumbled onto a secret enough to shake the solar system. Looking down, she got a bird view of the ongoing war. Spaceship. She muttered and looked at Varian with wide eyes. So, why are you showing me this? Her first question wasn't how they directly appeared at this height. No. She was more interested in knowing why he decided to share this secret with her. Varian tightened the grip on her hand and said. You're worrying too much. With this, even if I encounter a high awakener, I can escape. Sarah's figure trembled as it took her a few minutes to process the seemingly ridiculous answer. Varian continued with a confused look on his face. When I asked you about my space path, I wasn't implying you would reveal it. I trust you. Sarah's figure shook. Thinking back to the pain she felt when he uttered those hurtful words and now realizing his original intention, it was like a dam burst. Before she knew it, she was grabbing his collar and glaring into his eyes. Then why don't you finish everything at once, you idiot? Varian smiled wryly. My bad. Sarah wasn't done as she shook him, saying. So I was the one worrying about your safety while you know you're going to be safe all along. I must have made a fool of myself. You are the only person in the academy that worries about me. Thank you. Varian said with a sincere smile. Every other relationship he had was based on his potential or talent. Sarah, even though it went from normal teammate to a friend because he saved her, it didn't end there. Sarah didn't look at him differently after knowing that he was no longer level 2 but level 5. She treated him the same. If there was one person he deemed important in the academy, it would be her. What? Sarah's face flushed as she was caught off guard. She hurriedly composed herself and glared at him. Your sweet talks won't work. She removed her grip from his collar and saw that he was still holding her other hand. Shaking her head, a question suddenly struck her mind. She looked at him with hesitation but asked anyway. So, when you helped us out in the dungeon, when you saved me, you knew you would survive? Varian was dumbfounded by her question. Her brain was working differently from his. If it was him in her position, he would ask about the spaceship first. But she didn't ask a thing about it. Still, it was better not to piss her off after what just happened. Misunderstandings were dangerous. I did know. Varian said honestly. I didn't have ghost ship back then. I found myself in Lost Dungeon and had to fight. He explained the secret he never told anyone. Lost Dungeon. Abyssal clones. Ghost ship. Boo. Varian was holding all these secrets within himself. He thought he'd never reveal them to anyone. Not even Kyle and Maya. Because they were not combatants and knowing this would put them in danger. The thought of revealing this to Seth or Evander never crossed his mind either. But here he was, revealing a secret that could potentially bite him back in the future, bite him back in the very instant. Sarah was stronger than him. If she decided to attack him and take the ship for herself, he'd not be able to stop her. At least in theory. But even though the thought crossed his mind, he striked it off. From everything he saw about her till now, he could trust her. So even when Sarah covered her mouth in shock, he continued with a smile. With another snap, the internal space expanded and they sat down on a couch facing each other. Boo appeared, serving tea. Sarah's eyes lit up and she said, Boo, you are cute. Boo blushed in front of her while it looked at Varian with a smirk. Master, even you are not called cute. But I am. Hee. Boo said through their mental link. You sure have a brain problem. Varian responded while maintaining an outward smile. Phew. If you can be safe while you're out, then I'm relieved. Sarah smiled brightly. It was truly a beautiful smile. Varian turned his head and coughed. Yeah. So just don't worry. Unless you see my corpse, never believe any news about my death. My life is tougher than a cockroach. Even though comparing himself with a cockroach cringed him, it was as accurate it got. Heh. You are the first to call themselves that way. Sarah covered her mouth and chuckled before a solemn expression appeared on her face. Varian was sweating before he knew it. Don't tell there's another misunderstanding. Thankfully, it was not. She looked at him and said seriously. Varian, I will never reveal about this to anyone under any circumstances. Not even to my father. She meant what she said. Even if she was threatened with her life, she would not utter a word. Varian could tell by looking at her expression. He smiled and nodded. I trust you. Why you? Can you not say it? Sarah's face flushed and she stuttered. Why was he saying those embarrassing words with a straight face? Revealing a secret that could easily endanger them because of trust. Sarah found her previous thoughts were wrong. He didn't see her as a distrustful person. Instead, he literally trusted her with his life. The previous coldness on her face had long faded, only to be replaced with a cheerful and sunny expression. Varian spaced out a couple of times looking at her smile. After a moment, Sarah looked at him in surprise. You are the dreamer? Varian shrugged. Yeah. Even though Boo's half brain dead, still has some merits. Master, I'm not brain dead. You are. TSK. No half brain dead would agree they're half brain dead. Varian snorted. Display the cadet's situation. He ordered. Boo looked at him with a pout. Varian sighed and patted its head. All right. You're a good ghost with full brain. Boo still pouted. And a cute ghost. Hee hee. Boo finally smiled and displayed the holograms. Charles had just defeated his assassins and was heading off in Williamson's direction. A few cadets died while most were alive. Even though she was told of Boo's capabilities, Sarah was still shocked. After taking a look at Charles's opponents, she realized the reason they didn't send a high level 6 for her. Sarah shared her opinion. In a way, his existence saved all our lives. Varian nodded. Not like I hate him less for it. Well. Sarah shrugged and switched the topic. So, did you see me before you called me? Varian looked at her with a strange expression and nodded. I was keeping track of your safety. In case something goes wrong, I can take you out with Boo. Sarah's expression was as ripe as a tomato and inwardly she muttered. I want to die. It's so embarrassing. There were a lot of questions she wanted to ask. Abyss Emperor. The clones. The Devis. How he orchestrated his rescue event in the dungeon. But all of them took a back seat as she tried hard not bury herself under the ground. So he saw her crying and shouting his name? Wah! Sarah. Sarah? Varian called her. What? Sarah snapped out her days and glanced at him cautiously. Her heart couldn't take any more news. Today, she had too many surprises. Varian had a super advanced ghost ship with an equally advanced AI. Varian was the dreamer who was single-handedly responsible for the destruction of all Abyss hideouts. Varian could escape even from a High Awakener. He also had the ability to interfere with almost all technology due to Boo. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to eat you. He chuckled. Why you pervert? Sarah muttered. I'm sure you are the real pervert. Shaking his head, Varian snapped his fingers and in the next instant, they were back on the ground. He turned to Sarah. She was still amazed by the speed and stealth of Ghost Ship. He coughed and explained. I informed Master about the situation and asked for help. Sarah's expression suddenly turned serious. If Abyssals send a level 7, Army will detect the aura and send a level 7 themselves. The conflict will only escalate. Varian nodded but raised a finger. But the first mover can launch one attack before they're engaged with their enemy. Even though the second mover can block the attack, part of the first mover's attack would still have to be faced by the target. If an Abyssal level 8 attacked the planetoid, the human level 8 would stop them. But because they moved second, the human level 8 would not be able to completely protect the planetoid. A part of the power would leak out. So. Sarah understood the implications and gasped. Yeah. This planetoid is too small and doesn't have a High Awakener to protect it. If they send a few level 7 or level 8 to assassinate geniuses, even if Army sends reinforcements, the leaked power from the first attacks are enough to kill us. Varian explained. Sarah shuddered as her expression turned bitter. Blocking an entire planetoid is too expensive. Since they paid so much already, sending a couple of High Awakeners to ensure the job is done is no big deal. Varian nodded. The question was, would they send a level 7 or level 8 or level 9? He asked Evander to come anyway. Even if we are targeted by a High Awakener, we can escape with Ghost Ship. But that would expose Boo to the world. Varian said. Since you informed my father, I'm sure he would come. Sarah said with confidence. You don't know how much he wants to nurture a sovereign. She paused and looked at him with resentment and bitterness. But you are a dual awakener like me and would never reach sovereign state. I feel bad for keeping silent and not telling him about this. Even though she felt bad, she wouldn't reveal the truth. For one, Varian wasn't harming anyone. 2, if she did, he would be in conflict with both Xander's and her father. I trust you'll not leak it out. Varian said while he pondered over her previous words. He sensed something other than bitterness in her words. Inferiority. She felt inferior about never being able to reach sovereign state. Understandably so. With her personality, perhaps she was always blaming herself, no? At the thought of this, Varian pitied her. When he didn't awaken in the 18 years of his life, who did he blame? He always blamed himself. It was him who didn't put in enough effort. It was him who was not lucky. It always came down to him. Once she realized she could never be the sovereign her father wanted, Sarah must have also started blaming herself. Why am I born this way? If only I was. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Just like him. He wished someone knocked it into his head that it was not his fault. No one did. But for Sarah, who was facing the same situation, he would be the person he wished to have. Varian grabbed her by the shoulders, startling her, and stared into her eyes. Sarah. Yes? She responded stiffly. I'm a man with secrets. I am revealing another secret to you. Dual awakeners can also reach sovereign state. His words were like a thunderbolt to her ears. Sarah paled and her lips quivered. She looked at him with a weak smile. Don't joke around. Varian shook his head and said word by word. Soon, I'll prove it to you. Until then, never blame yourself that you're a dual awakener. It's not your fault. Saying that, he released his grip on her shoulders and turned around as he watched the sky. Boo showed the holograms depicting the outer space, searching for any potential threats. Sarah stood dumbly as she stared at his back. It's not your fault. His voice played itself again and again in her mind. Her heart raced and she felt a myriad of emotions washing over her. As she was about to open her mouth, a huge pressure descended on the planetoid. Every creature, including the level 6, were suffocated under the massive pressure. The hologram in front of Varian showed a figure rapidly approaching the planetoid. He was 8 meters tall. Each of his muscles were chiseled to perfection and he looked like the abyssal version of a Greek god. He collided with the asteroids on the way, pulverizing them as he continued unhindered. A space patrol unit far away had the highest alarms going off. Request the highest support. Energy readings exceed level 8. A level 9 human powerhouse was rushing to the planetoid at the fastest speed. But he would still be a moment late. Varian recognized the face of the incoming Abyssal. He played against his clone back in the Lost Dungeon. Demon King. However, he managed to find the will to move. As he turned around, he noticed his shirt and pants were drenched in sweat. The same was to be said for Sarah, who also barely recovered from the pressure. Varian had no time to think and grabbed her hand as he pointed to the hologram and then the ring on his finger. Sarah was confused for a moment before she realized his message. If things go beyond control, I'll use Ghost Ship and get us out of here. Was his message. She realized the implications instantly. Most awakeners on this planetoid would die. No. Not most. But everyone else. Generally, sovereign-level powerhouses kept watch on strategic planetoids. The likes which had level 9s stationed on them. Thus, Demon King acting on this planetoid was unexpected. After all, even though they were geniuses, they weren't even high awakeners. Even for a genius to reach level 9, it would take many years. If these geniuses were deemed dangerous, to kill them, a level 9 abyssal, an abyss archduke was more than enough. Everyone on this planetoid will die. Sarah bit her lip until it bled. However, there was no time for her to think through as the pressure intensified. In the next moment, Demon King appeared 100 miles away from the planetoid. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. In an instant, the space shook and the void started to tremble. From the shockwaves of that mere power, surveillance ships 100 miles away from him turned to rubble. Boom! 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 In an instant, the shockwaves reached the planetoid. It was like a giant hand fanned the wind. The awakeners below level 4 were blown away like pieces of paper under a thunderstorm. The level 4 awakeners dug their feet into the soil and barely stood ground. The level 5s were slightly better and the level 6s only felt a light sting. Demon King's body shone in the space like another sun. He kicked the space and shot at the planetoid. His body was akin to a meteor on course to collide with the planetoid. Everyone saw a bright red light approaching the planetoid. More than seeing, they felt it. Boom. Creak. Bang. It was as if magnitude 9 earthquakes erupted everywhere on the planetoid at once. Tremors ran across the planetoid, disregarding the continents, regions and areas. Every hill, every lake and every plateau shook. Creak. The Demon King was 50 miles away from the planetoid. The soldiers, be it human or abyssal, had long stopped their actions. The Demon King's speed was too fast. Even for level 5 awakeners, they could barely take in the changes happening. In their perception, in one instant, a red light flashed in the sky. In the next instant, the ground started shaking. In the very next instant, the land under their feet started to crack as a heavy pressure descended down on them. Varian's eyes widened as the description of a sovereign's power ran through his mind. I can destroy the world. I can protect it. I am the greatest shield, I am the sharpest sword. I am the pillar of my race, the pinnacle of strength. Varian knew his reaction speed wasn't high enough. In 2 instants for him, the Demon King would have hit the planetoid. Even if Boo could take him away using the teleportation, he had to use it before the shockwaves increase and kill him. Boo, when the shockwaves turn lethal, teleport us away. He ordered as he tightened his grip on Sarah's hand. Boom. 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 Every battleship in the sky, abyssal or human, broke down into pieces and burst like fireworks. In the next instant, the ground caved in. Across the planetoid, hills were flattened. Tsunamis rose as waves of water shot up miles high. The low awakeners, even peak of level 3, started bleeding from all the orifices. The stronger ones, the level 6s, looked at the sky with despair. Some opened their mouth to shout, others raised their hands towards the sky. Many tried to run towards the base, in an attempt to escape the planetoid. But their speed was only so much. To a sovereign, they were as fast as a tortoise. Before they could even shout, before they could cover their eyes with their hands, before they could even take a step, the red light intensified. The Demon King pulled back his fist and circulated the ocean of chi in his body. His chiseled body was taut like a bowstring, and the next moment, he punched out. All alarms of the space patrol went off. The high awakeners in other planetoids rose into the space as they watched the bright red light in horror and wonder. As the Demon King's punch was about to connect, everyone had one thought in their mind. Despite knowing he would survive, Varian also thought of the same thing. It's over. As everyone awaited the inevitable, a blinding golden light flashed, and the next moment, the planetoid shook like someone had thrown it off course. A moment later, everyone on the planetoid found themselves miraculously alive. They looked up at the sky and their eyes widened. A golden giant stood in the air as his fist connected with the Demon King's. The world was still for a moment before a crack sounded throughout. Then, like a mirror was shattered, the space around them broke into pieces. Boom. 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 The Demon King raised his fist and punched out once again. Varian was able to get a glimpse of the giant above. 10 meters tall. A perfect body with chiseled muscles. Long golden hair and pointed ears. Golden Titan. Gulp. Varian swallowed and muttered. Julius Xander's transformation, Golden Titan. Creak. As the space broke, the Demon King's figure was blasted into the asteroids. He broke them one by one and was thrown tens of thousands of miles away. Demon King recovered the next moment and kicked out at the Julius that just appeared in front. Boom. Their kicks connected and the space shook. Cobweb-like cracks appeared in the space as it fluctuated violently. The shockwaves from their clash destroyed the meteors, and the chaos from their fight disabled any functioning technology within a few 100,000 miles. Thankfully, they were far enough so that the planetoid wasn't affected by their fight. "Why you? How did you come?" Demon King gritted his teeth as he punched at Julius with disgust. It appeared overboard for him to personally take action. But only the insiders knew his reasons. Demon Abyss was the only abyss to have its holy altar broken. They also failed to catch the culprit, Enigma. Demon King was also the one that gave the most reassurance to the Abyss Emperor on the previous mission to capture Ghost Ship. In the end, even the clone of their emperor was used. But the mission was still a failure. He considered himself to be the one that failed the most. Killing off the geniuses wasn't important enough for him to take action. The Abyss Emperor only asked relevant people to assassinate Varian, not himself. However, another crucial factor prompted him to appear. Recently, there were rumors that humans had found a secret medicine that allows a quick advancement for higher awakeners. For instance, allow a level 7 to advance to level 8 or level 8 to level 9 and so on. The source of the said medicine was apparently ruins. He didn't know if it was true or not, but just the rumor was alarming. Of course, such a medicine could not be mass-produced. But using them on the right geniuses would spell Abyssals endless trouble. The longer humans developed, the more dangerous they became. Despite their internal differences, they were bridging the gap with Abyssals real fast. If an extra sovereign was born, then it would put them in a dangerous situation. If that medicine was used properly, then the new sovereign would very well come out of these geniuses. It might very well be Charles Xander. But he didn't expect to be countered midway. It annoyed him to no end. Humans are the worms we can kill whenever we want. I even despise to fight the likes of you. Demon King spat as he continued the fight. Julius Xander's eyes squinted and he increased his offense. His huge body of 10 meters had great agility. Golden Titan was one of the strongest creatures in the history of mankind. As a sovereign, Julius Xander could stay in the form of Golden Titan for a long time. Mark my words, Demon King. One day, you will be thrown out of the solar system. We will take back every inch of land you occupied. As their punches turned to after images, going at many times the speed of sound, Julius gradually pushed Demon King away from the planetoid. Soon, the people on Rena could only see flashes in the sky. Even the sound and shockwaves stopped reaching them. Varian peered through the dust all around which resulted due to the shockwaves. The hills around them were long gone, and the plain they were in turned into a crater. So much dust and debris flew the moment Julius and Demon King clashed that had he not put up the space armor, he would have been buried under it. Shaking his head, Varian sighed after seeing the dazed Sarah in her water armor. She was looking at the sky at the moment. The flashes in the sky were fading, signaling the end of the conflict. Varian recalled the few seconds that were straight out of an apocalypse and clutched his chest as he muttered. There is one guy stronger than Sovereign. How strong will he be? Can he destroy a planet with a punch? Sarah shuddered and glanced at him. She was about to ask him about this emperor when she noticed Varian suddenly wink at her. She stopped herself and the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. Before they could even react, he quickly grabbed Varian's shoulder. Sarah was about to attack instinctively, but the familiar aura caused her to stop herself once again. It was Evander in his military uniform. He was checking Varian's situation and heaved a sigh of relief after realizing he was fine. Then he quietly turned to Sarah and was about to catch her wrist to check her condition. Sarah stepped back and glared at him. Thank you, but no thank you. I'm fine. Is she jealous? Varian wondered from the side, but didn't butt in. Evander shook his head and turned to Varian. With a solemn expression, he said. I won't ask how you did it, but you saved the lives of everyone on this planetoid. Varian hurriedly said. I bought an object in the black market. It turned out to be a product of ruins. That's why I can contact you. Evander was taken aback but soon shook his head. I'll tell everyone that I gave the treasure to you. It'll be more believable. Sarah's mouth twitched at their dialogue. Varian coughed and nodded. Then, he said with a strange expression. I expected you to send a level 8 or level 9. In the best case, you would come by yourself. I didn't expect you to call a sovereign. Evander gave him a deep look. You are carrying too much hope for me to not try my best. Varian stiffened for a moment before he gave a forced smile. Sarah fell silent. Varian was burdened by the existence of an entity stronger than the sovereigns. The hope to survival was defeating such an entity. It was too heavy, even for him. Sarah, on the other hand, was afraid that Evander's hopes would never be fulfilled since Varian was a dual awakener. Evander noticed the strange atmosphere and thought they were still affected by the battle of sovereigns. I'll take you to the base first. He grabbed their shoulders and in a second, they appeared in the base. Due to the technological superiority, all bases were able to withstand the shockwaves and earthquakes. At most, some minor facilities were damaged. They appeared directly at the space station. Varian and Sarah saw their fellow cadets with the Academy's teachers. Every few seconds, a teacher would appear carrying a few cadets. After a few minutes, the last teacher arrived carrying a coffin and placed them beside another 5. The cadets fell silent as they stared at the coffins. The people they were laughing and talking to a few hours ago were now gone. They too had been through a hellish experience. Every cadet standing was more or less injured. Some even lost a limb or two. With the current technology, limbs could be regrown in a few days. But the 6 deaths couldn't be reversed. Evander stepped into the middle, shifting the gazes of the cadets and the teacher onto him. With a deep voice, he said, "This is a regrettable event. But accidents don't occur when you expect them. Since you are a soldier, be prepared for such accidents. From our side, the Academy will weed out the moles and try to prevent another event like this one. Almost everyone that leaked this news is identified and will be hanged in public." The cadets nodded absent-mindedly. They were all members of the faction. Thus, their mental fortitude was one of the best. However, they were trying their best to not let their minds wander and were failing miserably. Varian could see the mix of emotions on each cadet's face like they were performing at an audition. The assassinations didn't faze them much. But the fight between sovereigns did. The sheer power of a sovereign was enough to shock them to the core. In fact, what they felt was not the power, but only the aftermath. But that only went on to show how strong a sovereign truly was. It lit up a fire in the cadets. Their goal was not level 8 or level 9. It was the sovereign state. Evander didn't mind their expressions and continued. This time, 2 cadets' performance requires praise. The attention of the cadets, including teachers, was immediately drawn. 2 individuals popped up in everyone's mind. The first was the injured but aloof Charles standing in the distance. He alone took down a dozen level SXS. Then he helped out the nearby cadets. Later, he planned to go to the battlefield to help out the army, but his plan was thwarted by the Demon King's arrival. The cadets heard from the Abyssals that Charles' strength forced them to compromise the strength of their assassination team. In a sense, Charles saved many lives. Then there was Williamson. After clearing the Abyssals and Aster clan remnants, he headed straight to the army and saved many lives. Everyone else, including Dhruv and Sarah, were entangled by their assassins. So these 2 must be the heroes of this missio, Charles and Varian. These 2 saved your lives. Evander's announcement caused a stir. Williamson's smile stiffened as he stared at Varian in shock. "Junior brother, why are you snatching my praise?" Evander said calmly. Charles's strength eased everyone's burden. He looked at Charles with approval, to which the latter simply snorted. He didn't forget Evander's actions during the meeting. Moreover, why the heck was that Varian given an equal praise as him? Everyone was also curious. Evander answered. Varian had a special one-time use treasure. He informed me about the situation and said there was a good chance a High Awakener could attack. Then I contacted Sovereign Julius. He agreed immediately, and you all know the rest. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath as they stared at Varian with a complicated gaze. Simple praise is of no use. So Varian and Charles will be awarded 10,000 merit points each. Evander said and concluded. The mission is over. Back to the academy. Soon, they boarded the space shuttles, and under the protection of the teachers and Evander himself, they returned to the academy. All along the way, Varian stared at his merit points like a madman as his laughter reverberated across the space shuttle. A prefecture was further divided into duchies and governed by Abyss Dukes, level 6s. The level 7 and level 8 Abyssals were called Abyss Princes and Princesses. However, just like Earth, Demon Abyss had had thousands of level 7s. Even though it was the title, not every level 7 or 8 could enjoy the privileges of a prince. After strict screening, the most promising candidates were selected. They were then tasked with supervising the duchies, participating in higher-level military operations, strategic planning, and so on. They received strict training in all domains necessary to be the next Abyss ruler. As they grew, they would garner a following. In a sense, the most promising Abyss Prince had as much voice as any Abyss Archduke. The Abyss Princes were the beacon of hope and the future pillars of an Abyss. On this day, the 5 most promising princes and princesses of Demon Abyss turned into corpses. The Abyss Archdukes hurried to the 5 locations and flew into a fit of rage. Enigma. Her name resounded throughout the Demon Abyss. She elicited fear and hatred in equal proportions. Not just her deeds, but her guts were also equally astounding. Abyss Archdukes had to agree after seeing the words she left behind. On the walls of the prince's castle, there were a few lines in green blood. Too bad I'm not a sovereign yet, but be prepared for the day. I'll slaughter every creature in the abysses. Despite being in high or peak level 9, the Abyss Archdukes felt a chill down their spine. This was a mad woman. She would do as she said. If in the light, the human armed forces were their greatest enemy, then in the darkness, Enigma, despite not even being a level 9, was their nightmare. If one day she really reached, no, it was not question of if, but when. When she reached sovereign state, she would single-handedly kill all the Abyss kings and queens. Then, just like she uprooted all Abyss underlings on Earth, she would uproot the 8 abysses from existence. Even now, her influence couldn't be overstated. Shadow Order, the most important link for Demon Abyss operations on Earth, was severely affected. It fell from influencing regional powers of Earth like Aster Clan to hiding in the gutters to survive. Many Shadow Order members were hunted down by the so-called Shadow Order. The worst thing was that Enigma herself finished off at least 20 level 8s. Even for a cult like Shadow Order, Enigma was a nightmare. How much time would it take? Mendes, the strongest Abyss Archduke, knit his brows and asked in irritation. 4 holograms were propped up before him, showing 4 Archdukes in the sights of murder. No one was willing to answer his question. Finally, an Archduchess spoke. Killing a sovereign needs a lot of preparation. If we miss, the entire plan will fall through. And I'm asking, when are the preparations going to be completed? Mendes's eyes turned red as he raised his voice by a few notches. The corpse on the ground was his only son. The source of his pride. Now, the source of his grief. Just a few days ago, his son promised him that he'd be the next Abyss King and make him proud. Damn you, Enigma. Watch your tone. You're not the only one who lost their child. Wendy said coldly. Mendes stiffened for a moment before he took a deep breath. Wendy's daughter, who was younger than his son, was also killed. It was also known in their circle that Wendy spoiled her daughter the most. Who would have thought that Wendy was able to maintain that stoic face? I am eager to shred Enigma to pieces, he said as he gnashed his teeth. The sooner the better. At least a year, Wendy replied after a long silence. But once we take down Sovereign Irene Nile, Uranus will be under our grasp. Isolated from the rest, Neptune will soon follow. Then, it will be 8 versus 6. If we use that human sovereign properly, then a civil war will follow. Wendy paused for a moment before her voice turned colder. I will find everyone related to Enigma and torture them for decades. As for Enigma, even if she begged for death, they won't get it. This time, the 4 archdukes including Mendes shivered at her coldness. He realized the most resentful one was not him, but the woman in front. On an island on Earth, there was a residence that could be called paradise on Earth. Xander's residence. As the unquestioned rulers of Earth, there was every bit of luxury one could and could not think on this island. The latest technology, the strongest barrier, precious medical gardens and everything one could name, they would find. But the most precious one was the aura crystal mine. It raised the concentration of the aura multiple times and made this island a holy place for awakeners. In a large mansion spanning several miles, the head of Xander family and his first son were having a conversation. Father, you are awesome. You controlled the rhythm of the battle right from the start. Charles said with an enthusiastic expression. His voice was filled with admiration and respect. The cadets who only saw Charles with an aloof expression would not believe he was capable of praising someone. However, the recipient of the praise, the man in front of him, maintained a plain expression. Even though his age was well over in the 60s, he looked to be in his late 20s. He had a large build and was easily 7 feet tall. His curly golden hair and handsome face earned him the title of the most handsome sovereign. His smile was said to have captivated countless girls across the Federation. But at the moment, there was no smile on his face. Looking at Charles, he shook his head. I expected more from you. Charles felt as if he was punched in the gut by a level 7 awakener. He tried to keep a smile on his face, but his lips just couldn't curl up. Feeling the frustration welling inside him, he asked in a trembling voice. What more could I have done? Julius leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. If you really want to be a sovereign, you should at least be prepared for all circumstances. That, Varian, right? He had a communication device from the ruins to contact Evander. What about you? Charles flinched as he stared at his father with a strange expression. How could he get a treasure from the ruins when he never entered it? You can always trade it. You have the connections since you are the firstborn of the Xander house. Julius said, rubbing the blue ring on his right index finger. I have one, but it cannot break the jammer. With my worth, I can't afford a better quality one. Charles thought, but he felt it was an acceptable criticism. But the next words stung him like a needle. I'm sure Narcissus would have done better. He has the treasures to contact me in case of emergency. Julius added. Charles's figure trembled as he said. But those treasures are given to him by you, father. He did not hear, enough. Julius cut him off and looked at him with visible disappointment on his face. You are more talented than him. So I expect more of you. Charles didn't know how to feel about this man. Even though he was his first son, he always got a worse treatment. When he started practicing, he was hailed as the best genius in the Human Federation. Everyone had high hopes for him. Even his rivals acknowledged his efforts. But his father, even though he surpassed what his father did at the same age, he was never once approved. Charles knew his father loved Narcissus more. But all he wanted was his acknowledgement. You have done your best. I am proud of you. I am happy about you. Those words, he was willing to go to any lengths to hear those words. I will reach your expectations. He said, and his voice hardened. I will be the one to end the Abyssals. Julius looked at him with a frown and nodded. We shall see. As they floated in the healing liquid, deprived of all senses, their anxious mind slowly settled. By the time they woke up, they were already at the academy. Varian stepped out of the capsule and sighed in nostalgia. At the entrance test, Abyss Duke attacked, taking everyone by surprise. He ended up in a healing capsule and woke up only after reaching the academy. Now, during this mission, Demon King attack defying all expectations. Varian once again ended up in a healing capsule and only woke up after reaching the academy. It seemed like nothing changed. Varian. Sarah and William waved at him from the corridor. With them were the members of the military and adventurers faction. Sup? Varian smiled and joined the group. We'll be having a light meeting before dispersing, Sarah said as they headed to a hall. William turned to him and scanned him from the tip to toe. He nodded several times with a smile, and shook his head with a frown. Does this count as ogling? Varian raised an eyebrow. He repeated that he was straight to William on multiple occasions. But alas, William doesn't seem to be willing to give up. Varian leaned closer to Sarah and whispered. He doesn't like guys, right? Ahem. William coughed violently. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him with a smile. Junior Varian, everyone can hear what you're saying, he said with a wry smile. It was obvious given that everyone was at least a level 5 awakener. Varian showed a look of surprise and patted his chest. My bad, my bad. I'll speak in a lower volume. William hurriedly grabbed Varian's shoulder and looked at him with a pitiful face. The last time you said those words, I was on the trending news. I lost so many fangirls and instead gained fanboys. Now I get at least 5 love letters from boys every day. Varian's mouth twitched. Before this mission, such an incident did happen. #support Senior William's true love was a trending topic. Take responsibility, William said. Varian and Sarah flinched. They looked at each other and their gaze turned to William. Their expression implied, isn't that what a woman would say? The crowd also shifted their gazes between William and Varian. Some hyperactive brains were already spinning stories with scenes unsuitable for children. Varian realized the imminent catastrophe. If he didn't do anything, the next trending news would be the non-existent secrets of Varian and Williamson. To protect his reputation, Varian gritted his teeth and held Sarah's hand. Before you write your dirty fantasies, see this. He raised their hands and said. The crowd stared at their interlocked fingers and gaped. The gossip boiled and William's topic was soon forgotten. Sarah maintained a cold face as they walked down the corridor and entered the meeting hall. But Varian could feel her shivering lightly. He realized the reason. Crap. I made her angry. She's going to beat me up. But being beaten is better than going to headlines with William. Deciding that, Varian walked with an expression of sacrifice. Sarah on the other hand was shivering as she was trying not to blush. I'm sure he did this to protect himself from those nasty news. But, what is he feeling now? She looked at Varian's expression that contained a mix of pain and helplessness. Why you? Why are you putting on that expression for? I'm being taken advantage of. Not you. Varian, you need a beating or what? Sarah tightened the grip on his hand. Ouch. Varian felt the pain from his hand and looked at Sarah. Seeing her smiling face and angry eyes, he confirmed that he was in trouble. So he did the one thing he needed to do. Boo, right on my tomb. Varian died because he rejected Sarah's advances and she beat him up. Master, that's too shameless. TSK. You don't understand. I am a master at reading women's emotions. Varian said with a sagely expression showing I am the pickup artist. Master, I don't believe it. As a clever little ghost, Boo, of course wasn't convinced. Give me evidence. Tangible evidence. Varian's face was tangled as he tried to think of something. Sarah saw Varian was ignoring her and gritted her teeth. At least ask me why I increased my grip. You would. In an attempt to knock some sense into him, she increased the grip on his hand. Varian felt the increasing force on his hand and snapped his fingers in realization. Sarah looked at his expression and smiled. Not bad. At least you realized that I was feeling embarrassed. Now tell me you're also feeling embarrassed or something. Varian, however, ignored Sarah and rubbed his chin with a wise expression. It was like he realized the truth of life. Boo, she doesn't want to leave me forever. Look at how tightly she is clutching my hand, even if ouch. Before he could finish his bragging, he flinched. He turned to Sarah to say she could beat him up later. But looking at her beautiful smile, he gulped down and turned away. Usually, the more she smiled in such situations, the greater the trouble. Sarah was mad inside. Varian, I must be crazy for thinking you could pick up some cues. Varian didn't know there was a drama going inside Sarah's head. He was busy talking to Boo. Once I reach level 6, let's see what you will do. He thought. Even though he was feeling the pain from Sarah's grip, he needed to maintain his impeccable impression in front of Boo. As for Sarah beating him up later, he could cover it up as a practice. Varian smiled at Sarah and she smiled back while increasing the grip. Pretending as if the pain didn't exist, he smiled smugly. See Boo, look at how happy she is. She can't even stop smiling. You have a lot to learn from me. But don't worry, one day, you will find the ghost made for you. Yes. Yes. Boo nodded as it browsed the meta-net. The article titles had something in common. How to serve a delusional master. Help. My master thinks he knows how to pick up women, but in truth, his EQ is in the negatives. How to help your master pick up girls. Inside the ghost ship, Boo patted its chest and muttered with a serious expression. A great man once said, if you grew up as a virgin, it's not your fault. But if you died a virgin, it's definitely your fault. Don't worry, master, Boo will teach you the perfect skills. Varian didn't know Boo's actions. After they sat down in the meeting hall, a teacher announced the achievements of each faction and each student. Charles was absent from the meeting. Apparently, he was summoned by his father. So, Varian's achievements drew the most attention. Killing a high level 5 and many mid-level 5s. It was unprecedented for a first year. Besides, this meant Varian's actual ranking was likely in the top 100 of honor list. He was one of the top 100 of the academy. It was not even 2 months since he was enrolled. Varian's standing suddenly elevated. Even though they didn't say it out loud, everyone agreed that Varian's potential was a notch above Charles. After the meeting, everyone thanked Varian. Varian responded calmly and exchanged contacts with a few important individuals. The problem came when a few girls looked at him thirsty eyes. Thankfully, Sarah's presence deterred them from pouncing on him. So they settled for a few pics and opened Varian's fan club. Dhruv and Mia also expressed their gratitude. Junior Varian, I was worried about our faction's future. But with you here, no one can shake our position. Mia said with a cheerful smile. Yes. You will be in the academy for 3 years anyway. Dhruv added calmly. Wait, don't raise any flags. Varian's face twitched. We'll keep going. Varian has an important thing to do. Sarah abruptly said. Dhruv and Mia looked at each other before they smiled at him. We understand. We understand. Just don't let your personal affairs interfere with your professional life. Varian felt the force on his hand increase as he nodded with an awkward smile. Varian, let's go. Sarah said and walked out of the building. Anna was waiting for them outside. She was about to ask about their experiences, but looking at Sarah's expression, she stayed silent and took them to the combat room in Sarah's home. Varian didn't resist the inevitable. He sighed deeply and looked into the beauty's eyes. Sarah. Yes? Sarah raised an eyebrow as she stood in her white combat clothes. If it was at normal times, he would have praised her beauty and slipped out of the situation. But now, he only feared for his little life. Don't beat me too hard. Varian said slowly. Hee hee. Sarah smiled and raised her fist, arg. His shouts resounded throughout the residence. Soon, in an orderly fashion, the third-year cadets seated in the front began to exit. Varian stood up and was about to ask, "What are you going to do in this break?" before he realized he was sitting with the first years and not with Sarah. Worse, the entire row he was seated in was empty as if he was a Bane. After seeing the notification about mid-sem meeting, he rushed to the auditorium. The noisy first years went silent at his arrival. Both Narcissus and Ryan silently vacated their seats and sat in the back. The first years looked at him with a complicated expression. The last time they saw him was in the mission hall. Then Varian simply vanished for a month. Everyone gradually forgot him. He went on from the cheating first ranker to a forgotten nobody. His return, however, was nothing short of legendary. Right after entry, he was responsible for the firing of first-year supervisor, Knox. He became the disciple of their dean, Evander. That very day, he beat the crap out of Narcissus. Then he went on to grab a spot in the honor list. There were also rumors about his stellar performance in a recent mission on a planetoid. If the rumors were to be believed, his contribution was on par with Charles Xander, the strongest cadet. Any of these accomplishments were enough for a first year to brag. But as all these converged onto a single person, they sadly realized that they and Varian did not belong to the same world. With his strength and merit points, he could even graduate and enlist into the military already. And they, most of the first years, only reached the peak of level 2 and were preparing to advance to level 3. If nothing unexpected happened, they would take a year and advance to level 4 in their 4th semester. Then, with continuous struggle for resources, practice, and experience, they would reach level 5 in their final semester and graduate. That was their finishing line. However, Varian's starting point was at their finishing line. To put this into perspective, there were around 2,000 cadets for each year, give or take 100. Varian's strength reached top 100 according to the rumors. Even discounting the rumors, he stood at top 400. It essentially meant he was stronger than most of the third years, almost all the second years, and definitely all the first years. Every first year had one regret. If they treated him normally in the early days, they'd have had a chance to be associated with the greatest genius in the academy. But alas, opportunities waited for none. Now, in fear of retaliation, they didn't even dare to talk to him. Whatever. It's not like I'm going to attend the classes or anything. Varian looked at his peers that were still avoiding him and shook his head. In the beginning, they avoided him to avoid angering Charles. Now, they avoided him out of fear of angering him. It's not like I asked for it, but being feared is totally fine with me. Varian smiled as he exited the auditorium. His presence attracted the attention of second and third years, not to mention the teachers. Varian was growing accustomed to being a center of attention, and didn't shy away from any gazes. He walked along the wide roads of the academy and soon reached a park. Richard was waiting in a pavilion beside a pond. After learning about the mid-sem break, Varian asked Richard for a small favor. Seeing him, the old man let out a smile and appeared in front of him in an instant. "Greetings, young master," Richard said with an enthusiastic smile and tapped his palm. "Your work is done. Please check if there are any omissions." A hologram appeared in front of him showing a small building. With sleek white walls and shiny black roof, it was a modest house. Forget about Sarah's mansion, even his residence in Silver Community was far, far luxurious. But this small house with no special qualities whatsoever made his heart skip a beat. Varian gulped down and clicked on the hologram. With a pop, it showed the interior. A small but lovely kitchen, a living room with 2 couches, 2 bedrooms and a guest room. Varian zoomed in on one bedroom and spotted many hologram posters on its white walls. They were stripes of news articles, interviews of sovereigns, reports of Pluto war and so on. As he looked at those scrambled yet carefully picked pieces, a smile broke out on his face as he recalled the memory of each and every piece. "Young master. Young master. Huh." Richard's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Varian composed himself and said calmly, "I'm fine. I feel nostalgic." Richard nodded with an understanding smile. It's your home for 17 years after all. Thankfully, the housing department server had a scan of the home. Otherwise, it'd have been much harder to replicate it 100%. Varian's home was destroyed under the attack of the fire wolf. With the insurance money, he had the option to build it back. But he chose to run away and sold the house. It was only now that he managed to gather the courage to live between those same walls. Richard helped him out with the procedures and used his influence to perfectly replicate the house. Thank you. If I did everything by myself, it'd have taken at least a week. Varian expressed his gratitude. Richard just smiled and transferred the ownership virtually. I just added some security measures, young master. I hope you like them. Varian nodded and bid his goodbye. Richard flew off with a mysterious smile as his words lingered in the air. I'll see you soon. Is it necessary to maintain a sense of mystery? Varian clicked his tongue and answered Sarah's call. The hologram popped up showing Sarah in her black sports bra and leggings, her uniform to meditate. Covering her mouth, she said with an exaggerated expression, "Am I hallucinating? Are you really willing to stop your practice?" Varian said with a serious expression. I'm not the one sitting in training room. You are. Besides, you look good in black clothes. Never put on white again. White clothes, she wore them for combat. To be precise, when she wanted to beat him, for combat practice. Sarah rolled her eyes. As if she thought of something, her gaze towards him turned weird. Don't give me that look. Ask whatever is on your mind. Varian hurriedly said. If there was one thing he learnt from Boo's lectures on social interactions these days, it was that he needed to observe the other party's expression and decide how they were feeling. Are you really taking 6 months' worth of food with you? Varian puffed out his chest and said. I just asked Anna for a month's food. Who knew she would cook extra? But I can't let her hard work be wasted. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will devour, I will finish everything. At this moment, Anna's face appeared in the hologram. She said with a pitiful smile. They're all made of precious things. Woo, if you don't bring me something good, I'll protest that you are bullying me. Bully you? A level 8 maid? Varian's face twitched, but he said with an unwavering expression. Worry not. When I ascend to the throne, you shall be the head maid of my palace. Anna almost cursed him on the spot. So even if I grew old, you'd still want me to cook? Humph. Perceiving the maid's cold smile, Varian hurriedly closed the call and boarded the hover cab. As the warm sun's rays permeated the windows and shone on him, the AI asked. Sir, your destination? Varian thought for a moment before replying. Academy of Sciences. Kyle and Maya, here I come. Each gate was a dark blue color with shades of red and stood 100 meters high and 500s wide. Varian recognized the material to be Thorium, an alloy that was said to withstand the attack of even a level 8 Awakener. Moreover, each gate had 12 laser cannons along with other weapons in case an intruder tried to break in. But looking at the garrison of nearly 500 troops at each gate, Varian wondered if there was really a need for such a tough gate. The Military Academy of Sciences looked like an army fortress than an academy. What about Imperial Defense Academy? Despite having defense in their name, they didn't even have a barrier. Varian could already imagine Evander's explanation. As aspiring warriors, you do not need barriers. You need to become the barriers. Shaking his head, Varian walked to the security checkpoint in front of the gate. Usually, visitors weren't allowed. But since it was the mid-sem break, Varian would be able to get in. Or so he thought. Excuse me? He raised an eyebrow as he shook his student ID. The guard at the checkpoint shook his head and replied indifferently. You need to contact the student you are coming for. I will verify and let you in. But I can't contact him. He is likely busy. Besides, I'm on his form as a close friend. Varian showed the form where Kyle mentioned his relationship with him. The guard still shook his head. The people behind him in the queue were already impatient. Young man, move. Don't waste our time. Yeah. My baby is also waiting inside. I'm not looking down on you, but my boy is going to win the Chisto Award. I booked the best room in the Riverside restaurant. Varian looked at the eager parents and relatives with a frown. He thought of asking Boo to fake the call, but it was too risky if someone found out. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and showed a badge. It was the blue metallic badge with an E carved over it. Evander gave it to him as the symbol of their master-disciple relationship. This. The guard was about to shoo him away, but the words were caught in his throat as he stared at the badge. The scanning device shone blue before turning bright green. Please get in. Would you like to have me take you to the one you want to visit? The guard's attitude flipped and he said in a respectful tone. The crowd behind was also silenced. As expected, once your strength crossed a certain level, the privileges would follow. But Varian didn't show any arrogance. The guard was simply doing his duty. So he said calmly. It's my first time here. I'll have to trouble you to show me around. No trouble. The guard called his colleague and after handing him over the task, he led Varian into the campus. Son of a Varian nearly cursed at the sight. Smooth blue roads branched in all directions all the way to the horizon. After a second look, Varian realized they looked blue as they were reflecting the sky. People stepped on the road at one location and appeared at another. Artificial teleportation. As Varian stepped on the road, a soft yet undeniably mechanical voice greeted him directly in his mind. Hello dear guest Varian, where would you like to go? Artificial telepathy. As he was still taking in the technology, the guard said. Mr. Varian, you want to meet Kyle, right? Since he is a first year, he should be in the Virtue Hall. Today, the results of first year's work in the first half of the SEM would be announced. Then, they are given a break. Varian thanked him and thought of the Virtue Hall. The world blurred and Varian felt the space around him warp. The next thing he knew, he was already standing in front of a large dome-shaped building. It was made of a crystal pink material and just by looking at it, Varian felt his mind calm down. The guard appeared beside him and explained. This is chita, a precious alloy from the ruins. It has an excellent effect on calming minds. Usually, students have to pay their scholar points to enter this building. For today, it's free. Oh. Varian gave him a surprised nod and entered the building. Soon, he passed through the hallways and silently walked into the meeting. Around 1,000 students were seated across multiple levels in a semicircular seating. Varian and the guards sat at the back as they tried to find Kyle. The speaker on the stage was a middle-aged man with long beard and bald head. The ceremony seemed to be ending. The speaker first criticized the quality of the first year's work, then praised the rigor of the Academy's research and finally announced the awards one by one. As the guard explained to him along the way, Varian understood that Sista awards were something equivalent to the silver list. Basically, the top 10 ranking of the first year. Third position, Umar. He fixed a bug in the enclosure of. Second position, Samantha. She found a loophole in the aura. Varian's eyes wandered across the students as he tried to find Kyle and Maya. First position, we have a special situation. There are 2 winners. The host said, surprise evident in his tone. It must be extremely rare or even unprecedented. But Varian didn't care until Kyle and Maya. For your contribution in teleportation and aura circuits, you both have won Sista prize. Varian abruptly looked at the stage and found the 9 rankers along with the host. Despite the applause of the crowd, Kyle and Maya did not appear. Kyle and Maya, your second call. Please come onto the stage. Varian's brows knit together. Final call. The applause stopped. The host awkwardly ended the ceremony and left the venue. Varian sensed something was wrong and looked at the guard. The guard was looking at him with worried eyes. Perhaps he thought Varian would throw a tantrum. After all, in his eyes, Varian was now a young master belonged to Evander's family. Take me to his dormitory," Varian said, barely controlling his anxiety. Kyle liked to show off every achievement. He did the same when he was the first in the entrance test. How could he be absent for such an important meeting? On the other hand, Maya was not the type to skip on such ceremonies. Something is wrong. He knew it instinctively. "Please follow me," the guard said with even more anxiety as he led Varian to the blue road and they teleported to a small community of villas. Like Amethyst's community, there were guards outside preventing unauthorized entry. However, the one with Varian hurriedly said something to them and they gave way to him with a respectful expression. Of course, they weren't being stupid. If Varian did anything wrong, the surveillance would record the whole sequence and punish him severely. They just didn't want to offend him for something like an entry pass that he could easily get. Varian stood in front of a small villa and took a deep breath. Calming down his racing heart, he stormed inside and spread his senses. He heard the clangs of metal and a faint breathing sound. Whoosh! He dashed to the basement and found a sleepy figure on a chair, testing a metal sheet on the desk with a scarper. His hair was overgrown, and he looked unkempt. His body was frail and he looked like he could be blown away by the wind. However, he would scribble something down every once in a while and change the metals before shaking his head and tearing the papers in rage. He mumbled something weakly which Varian would have missed if not for his high senses. Failed again. Then the figure started drawing a design on the paper before eventually energy left its body and it collapsed on the desk. Kyle! The guard on the side felt his heart stop. When Varian opened the healing potion, he sniffed a bit of its aroma and felt his blood rumble. This is a 6-star healing potion. He recognized and stared at the discarded vial with glittering eyes. A 6-star healing potion was expensive, to say the least. It was mainly used to treat deep injuries for level 6 awakeners. But as a side effect, it could rejuvenate and soothe one's mind. Despite being a level 5, the guard could only afford 3 potions with his monthly salary. Ding! As he was still reeling in the shock, a white sphere flew towards Varian flashing green light. It was the caretaker bot. For some passionate students that just wanted to drown themselves in research, the caretaker bot would help them sustain themselves alone for months. The specific performance depended on the setting. Looking at the young student that resembled a thin branch, it looked like his condition was survival. "Mr. Varian, the bot will inform the authorities of intruders," the guard suddenly said, his voice growing weak. Of course, since Kyle included Varian as one of the close people in his forms, Varian had legal permission to visit him. But entering the home still needed Kyle's permission, which they conveniently neglected. Now the bot would inform the higher-ups. The guard could only hope things would smooth out. "I thought Kyle was in a normal state. Once this young master sees his friend, I could simply go back. Who knew?" He rubbed his forehead, already foreseeing a turmoil. Contrary to his expectations, the bot paused midway and returned to its position. How did he do that? Or did Kyle program the bot to allow this young master's arrival? He wondered but did not ask. Varian, on the other hand, had no intention to reveal it was Boo's doing. He ordered the caretaker bot to give Kyle a thorough cleaning. As the bot carried Kyle to do its thing, Varian knit his brows and scanned the basement. Its walls were coated with a special white alloy dokium, 20 mm of which was said to withstand the blows of even peak level 5 awakener. Why are there so many cracks on the walls? Varian glanced around and spotted at least 40 such cobwebs like cracks on the dokium-coated walls. Whatever Kyle was doing, it was a destructive weapon. Varian found a few full-body armors and it only reinforced the idea. He walked to the living room and sat on the couch, tapping impatiently. The bot was sure taking its time. "Does the academy know?" Varian asked the guard who was sitting in front. Despite trying to hold back, dissatisfaction was evident in his tone. If this was the best this academy cared for its students, then one might as well not join it at all. The guard replied as he leaned forward, clearly anxious. I'm sure the management is not aware of his condition. No one here is stupid enough to watch a Sista Prize winner wither away, right? Varian closed his eyes and took a deep breath before he fell back into the couch. Why? As he hunted for the possibilities, Varian saw a discarded comm at the other end of the couch. Fuck. It clicked. Varian held the comm and tried to control his breath. Boo, check out the last time it was opened. Since he couldn't access others' comm, Boo would. In the next instant, Boo replied. Master, it was 4 weeks ago. I knew it. Varian slammed his fist into his palm and said, startling the guard. Under the gaze of the guard, Varian stood up and walked to and fro along the corridor. Varian's excited face was soon under tension as he rushed out of the home. Stay here and look after Kyle. With those words, he disappeared into the distance. After a few minutes, Varian returned with a relieved face. Is everything all right? He couldn't help but inquire. Varian halted for a moment before nodding. More or less. He went to check on Maya. Well, they were really made for each other. At least the caretaker bot in her home maintained her like a human. But she too was on the verge of collapse. Like Kyle, Maya too didn't open her comm for 4 weeks. They fought because of me? Is that it, or am I being too narcissistic? Varian tapped his chin and waited. Sir, Kyle is, whoosh. Varian ignored the bot and stormed into the room. Hum. He was greeted by the snoring sounds of Kyle, who curled up on the bed, in fresh clothes. Sir, Kyle is sleeping. Varian heard the complete sentence and took a deep breath. Kyle probably didn't sleep well for a long time. His body must be yelling at him for sleep, so he might as well let him. It's just a few hours. Varian walked back to the living room with a calm face. He chatted with the guard to kill time. What if an intruder enters the academy with a badge? Wouldn't you be in trouble for allowing him? He asked with crossed arms. The guard shook his head and smiled. Even though I'm not privy to all information, I know that such badge is very rare, even among the major powers. Only important candidates who are to carry the power forward get those badges. So I got in a pass because of the badge? Varian raised an eyebrow. Your relationship with Kyle is clear in his admission forms. The badge allowed you in despite you not having specific permission for the meeting. I know you're worried about security, but trust me, every movement of ours is under surveillance. If you were not Kyle's relative, we would have not let you in despite the consequences. The guard explained seriously. Varian secretly sighed in relief. At that moment, Boo's voice sounded in his mind. Mater, I found a relevant video taken by the surveillance near your tomb. Varian closed his eyes and a video started playing in his mind's eye. Kyle knelt in front of his tomb as he presented a set of full-body armor pieces. I am making a weapon. It will be super powerful. He said with a resolute face before embarrassment crept in. It's not working now. But soon, it will. Varian watched as the conversation shifted to Kyle and Maya's relationship. I cannot spend time with you like before. I don't want to drag you. Kyle said slowly. Maya covered her mouth and took a step back. So if you want to stop our relationship, you can. Slap. Kyle. After slapping him, she stormed out of the cemetery with tears streaming down her cheeks. Kyle looked at the sky and returned to his dormitory. Then they both indulged in their madness. So, I am the one responsible? Varian's face twitched. Varian's figure blurred and dashed to the bedroom. The sheer speed broke the furniture in the room. Without heeding any care, Varian stepped in and saw Kyle slowly sitting on the bed. His body was now halfway between a skeleton and a human. With each passing second, the healing potion continued to work its miracle and revert him to a functional human. Kyle didn't have any of those things in mind. After realizing he was alive and in his bedroom, his eyes widened and he gasped. My log papers. He clutched the quilt and was about to move. Thanks to the newfound energy in his body, he almost did. Pa! A few papers slapped him on the face and Kyle touched his stinging cheek. He was about to yell at the attacker, but his gaze was attracted by the papers. Leafing through them one after another, he sighed in relief and patted his chest. Good. Good. It was only then that he realized his situation. Someone entered his home, treated him, and even saw his papers. Prof? Kyle tentatively called as he turned around. It was likely his mentor and professor who was worried about him and entered the building. The problem was the caretaker bot should have already informed the security of the intrusion. Even if it was a professor, intruding into someone's research area was a crime. But halfway through, Kyle's eyes widened and he froze in shock. A handsome young man stood at the door with crossed arms as he looked at him with absolute despise. He was clad in a plain white shirt and black pants. Just by standing there, he emitted an aura of aloofness. If he didn't know better, Kyle would have thought he was a young master. Varian. Kyle yelled in joy. I am not dreaming, am I? Are you really alive? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Only good guys like me die early. Bam. A pile of papers slammed on him and halted his endless questions. Kyle threw them to the side and staggered to Varian with his still weak legs. He scanned Varian from head to toe and said in a weak voice. Brother, you have no idea how worried I was. We're not sleeping without getting drunk. Before Kyle reached him, Varian threw another pile of papers at him. Bam! And another. Bam! And another. Damn! Why the hell did you bring up all those papers? Wait, why are you throwing them at me? Kyle said with resentment as he stood in the pile of papers that reached his calf. Right after that, he shook his head and smiled brightly once again. Whatever, life was hell. I want to get out and eat some good food. My treat, let's go. Varian finally spoke. Idiot. Huh? Kyle was taken aback before shaking his head. My IQ is infinitely more than yours. You both are idiots. Veins popped up on Varian's forehead as he growled. Why the fuck did you both remove your comms? You believed I died? Kyle's face paled and he tried to force a smile. I waited for many days. Varian swiped his comm and showed the message he sent. If you just waited a day, no, an hour, you would have received the news. You must be kidding. Kyle rubbed his eyes and grabbed his comm from Varian's hands. After finding the unread message from Varian, his shoulders slumped. Fuck. I am such an idiot. Yes, you are. Varian gritted his teeth. IQ my ass. Even Maya did the same thing. Maya. Kyle froze for a moment before muttering. How is she? Varian took deep breaths to control himself. Just a bit better than you. So she's fine. Kyle felt like a weight was lifted off his chest. We'll talk after you make up with her, Varian said and grabbed him abruptly. Wait. I'm just in my pajamas. This is the worst patch off. Kyle's protests were ignored as Varian carried him out of his villa and soon stepped into Maya's villa. Young Master Varian, young Master Kyle. An old woman looked at them in surprise. She was Maya's maid and the sole person responsible for Maya not being another skeleton like Kyle. She took care of Maya's daily needs without intervening in her work. Varian knew her as Kyle dragged him to Maya's home when he had to meet her parents. He nodded at her. Sabina opened the door and smiled. Please come in. Young miss is waiting. Varian looked at the silent Kyle and sighed. Stretching his arm, he threw Kyle in. Boom. Kyle landed exactly in front of Maya. He looked at her pale face and sunken red eyes. I hurt her back then, now what should I do? She must be hating me yuck. Kyle was dumbfounded as Maya threw herself into his arms. Woo, I didn't know you missed me so much that you didn't even take care of yourself properly. Maya sobbed as she hugged him tighter. Huh? Kyle was taken aback, but fortunately, he didn't raise the question. I should have tried to understand you better. You lost your best friend and your girlfriend broke up with you in anger. But at least take care of yourself. I don't need you to write those poems missing me. Maya's voice turned weak as her face flushed. Any male would have had his heart race looking at the tear-stricken beauty. Kyle's heart raced for a different reason. Wait, poems? Even if you put a gun on my head, I can't write anything resembling a poem. Maya didn't notice and continued. I wasn't really angry, but you didn't contact me after that day. I thought you were engrossed in your research and forgot about me. You're almost right. Kyle patted her on the back and closed his eyes. But it turns out, you were feeling guilty of saying those mean words, so you avoided me. With those words, Maya broke down completely as tears left her eyes like a dam was burst open. I just wanted to numb myself with research. I was hurt. I wanted to avoid you so much that I didn't even use my calm and forbade Sabina from saying anything about the outside world. Maya choked as she muttered those words. It's fine. We all make mistakes. Kyle patted her back, realizing that she had thinned down considerably. They stayed in the position for a few minutes before Kyle felt his legs go numb. He started a topic. Varian is alive. Maya cut him off and giggled. This is the best day. I am so happy. Then she patted her forehead and said. Oh wait, is Varian still outside? He only stayed here for 5 minutes. He gave all your poems before leaving saying that he'll bring you back. Those poems, I like them, I will treasure them. Saying so, Maya stood up and walked towards the door. Kyle took the chance to grab a few papers from the pile beside the couch. Our bond is stronger than nuclear force, our reach is greater than gravity, whenever I see you, electromagnetic force courses through my veins. Our love is the unifying theory. Wait, what? Kyle's face alternated between a mix of surprise and disbelief. How could there be such a great poem? Then he grabbed another sheet. They say light is particle and wave, I say you are my light and darkness, even with refraction. Damn. Write that down. Write that down. Kyle started copying the poems with his calm. Varian entered inside as Maya kept chirping questions. Inside his mind, Boo's curious voice sounded. Master, is she really gonna believe those poems are written by Kyle? Yes. Varian rolled his eyes inwardly while he ruffled Maya's hair. No way. Besides, even a ghost like me doesn't dare to call them poems. I never knew you asked me to compile them for this use. Boo's trembling voice sounded. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Varian raised his eyes and said with a profound expression. Is it okay to lie to Maya? Maya will soon find out it wasn't Kyle writing those poems. Varian said as he sat on the couch facing Kyle and Maya. Then wouldn't Maya get angry? It'll be all right by then. Maya is not actually forgiving him because he wrote those things. She wants to forgive him and she found that he wrote those things. He smiled. Varian said to both Boo inside and Kyle and Maya outside, sometimes, to mend a relationship, all you have to do is to take the first step. He didn't know then, that first step for him was much, much harder than he could have imagined.